Betty, how are you?
Good, mate.
Good.
Another successful successful trip to Dunedin, I hear,
Did you
mate.
just say six?
Oh, yeah, I understand you probably did have something like that, but I didn't want to bring it up. Have you got it working?
Yep.
You had a
think-
lot of trouble with it last night. Yesterday.
Yeah, it didn't work.
What was that? Just a internet shit?
The Pitch Vision website server was down.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, like the whole all around the world. So it wasn't just me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but they've got it
Yeah.
working now.
Alright. Good. Mum will be happy.
Hey man, how you going?
You do live streaming?
Yep, I'm gonna try it. Oh, yeah.
You try, because I'm from Hamilton. I work for Spark.
Okay.
We did a couple of live streaming on Facebook for some of the Hamilton games.
Okay.
It's really good
Oh, great.
because we got a lot of audience from India.
Really?
Yeah, subcontinent. A
Okay.
lot.
Yeah, it might just be like the terms you put into the
Yeah.
name of the video or something,
Correct,
and then
yeah.
the Indians like, I want to watch some cricket, and they
Yeah,
type
yeah.
in cricket.
Yeah.
Have we met before? I'm
No,
Jim.
Fabian.
Fabian, nice to
Yeah,
meet you.
nice to meet you, man.
You enjoying this so far?
Yeah. So you're from New Zealand cricket?
Yeah. No, not New Zealand cricket. No, I started this,
Oh, yeah.
the Over-50s.
Oh, yeah.
So that's sort of my little thing.
Yeah.
And now I'm sort of more in doing the social media and the
Yeah.
streaming and commentary and stuff like that.
Do you have a link that you sent? Or?
Yeah, I'm just writing it up on the Facebook page now. So
Oh, yeah.
you follow the Facebook page, right?
Yes.
Yep. So I'll put that up shortly.
Yep.
And then everyone who wants to watch can just follow that link.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I better get cracking on that.
Yeah, mate.
It was nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Hey, Chris, how you going?
Good, mate. How are you?
Good.
Where are you staying?
I've been in town.
Yeah.
Right in town at a nice little boutique place. And then tonight I'm going to Tikopō, actually.
How far away is it?
About 2 hours. Like Tikopō. Stay at a friend's place. And then come back, stay at another place in town.
Oh.
Everything good with you guys?
Yeah, we're right. Bit to this, though, happy about that.
Yeah. Oh, you're competitive at least.
Yeah. Oh.
It's lovely, yeah. Hi. Yep. So that connects to, that's like a hub, and then it all connects into the laptop, and then hook it up to the internet, and microphone, and then so you can do so hopefully it'll work. I'm just posting up the link now on the Facebook page. Are you involved with one of the teams?
I'm fine.
Oh, you're on, oh, you did yesterday's game too, right? Okay, yeah. Enjoy it?
It's a bit tiring, but it's good.
Do you do much umpiring?
I have before this. I haven't done like anything this higher, but usually it's like OBs, first 15, like other teams.
First 15? That's rugby.
First 11.
First You need to know how many players are in the team.
Yeah. But usually I just be umpiring for them.
Yep.
Other teams.
Okay. And were the players nice to you? Were they respectful?
All of them, actually. Yeah.
That's good. Yeah, cool. That's good. Yeah, well, thanks for helping out.
Water spray coming off the blower. And it turned the covers over. Like knife.
Have you been out there?
The pitch was damp. And there was much of the whole covers it in. Right on the crease line.
Why are they always right on the crease line?
Well, it's better than being right on a length.
Well, yeah, but if you're going to have a hole, like, know where it is and somehow, I don't know, put it like right in the middle of the pitch or something, I don't know.
Okay, so it's basically right on the crease line on middle stump. Right where you're going to be standing.
I guess that's not that bad, you're right. Except you'd be standing there, but yeah, it's not like... Why are they always right on the crease line?
Well, it's better than being right on a length.
Well,
You're up and
yeah,
going.
but if you're going to have a hole, like, know where it is somehow. I just realised my mic is on somehow. Yeah, essentially.
Right where you're going to be standing.
I can hear you.
Not that bad, you're right. Except you'd be standing there, but yeah, it's not like... Why are they always right on the crease line?
think so. Testing the sound. Is there any sound working? Hello, testing the sound. Okay, is the sound working now? Let's see. Sound on. Okay, good morning, hello, and welcome to Sunnyvale Oval in not quite so sunny Dunedin, at the bottom of the South Island of New Zealand, for this round 2 encounter in the New Zealand Over-50s IPT Interprovincial Tournament. We have Auckland playing districts today. The batsmen are out in the middle and the players are making their way to join them. Sorry, the fielders. And just as I say that, the sun does break through the clouds and I think we're in for a lovely day of cricket. My name's Jim Morrison. I'll be with you throughout the day if my voice holds up. And we're here at the lovely Sunnyvale Oval Sports Club, home of Green Island Cricket Club and Green Island Rugby Club as well. But of course it's summer, so we're talking cricket. Although we do have a former All Black at the crease in the form of Ofisa Tunuu, who will be, I believe, at the non-strikers end. Taking guard will be Wayne Mackenzie, who scored 99 not out yesterday. He was left stranded, no fault of the batsman who got out, Mike Harrow, but he was trapped LBW, leaving Wayne on 99. So he's had plenty of cricket already. This tournament is Wayne Mackenzie, and he will be facing up to a bowler whose name I will find out. Facing up to Nick Dawson. Alright, so it'll be Nick Dawson to Wayne Mackenzie. It looks like all is in readiness, so here we go. Run straight away for Mackenzie as he taps that one out into the vacant cover, and they'll take an easy 2. So as you may have noticed, we didn't get any live streaming yesterday. That was due to an issue with the Pitch Vision website. So apologies to anyone who was looking forward to watching that game. Oh, that's pulled away and that's going to be 4 runs. So, no, 6 in fact. Wow. Very good, powerful, confident stroke from Wayne Mackenzie, the man who's in form, hasn't been dismissed yet. He scored 99 already. And scored 8 runs off his first 2 balls today. Oh, all action. Now the keen observers among you will have noticed that our angle is side on today. Usually try to get the down the pitch view, but it's not really possible here with the ground being quite far from the pavilion. So hopefully you can still see what's going on, even if we can't tell how much the ball is swinging, for example. So Nick Dawson, fairly new to over-50s cricket. He travelled with the New Zealand A team to Melbourne to play in the Australian National Championships. Did okay there. I think he bowls medium pace and also off spin. That's what I've been told. Obviously he's starting off with the medium pace today, but we might see him throw in a few tweakers as the day goes on. That's another wide. So 10 already Auckland, and we've only had 3 balls. Wayne Mackenzie was excellent yesterday. He was assertive without being overly aggressive, but kept the strike ticking over. Hit a few boundaries. Scored at about 80 or 90 strike rate. And Ofisa Tunuu, who's usually an aggressive batsman, he holed out quite early on for just 3. So Auckland won that match yesterday, largely due to Wayne Mackenzie and also to the bowling of Paul Rainey, who we'll see later, took 4 wickets, and Andrew Brookland, who had a good all-round match. We'll talk more about that throughout the day. Pulled away again by Mackenzie. That is going to bounce a couple of times and roll over the square leg boundary for 4 to end a very expensive first over from Nick Dawson. 15 off it, and that's a bright start for Auckland and for Wayne Mackenzie, who's on 12. So 3 or 4 short deliveries in that over. One got smashed for 6, the other one for 4, and I think one may have snuck down the leg side for a wide. So not great bowling from Nick Dawson. Looks like Tony Young will open the bowling from the right side of screen as you see it. I haven't thought of names for the ends yet. We'll work on that during the day. And he will bowl to Ofisa Tunuu, who has a busy week of cricket. Or is in the midst of a busy week of cricket. I'll tell you about that during the over. He played yesterday for Auckland Over-50s, scored the 3 as I mentioned. Okay, here's Tony Young. And he starts with a wide as well. So Ofisa playing yesterday and today, and I think tonight he's flying up to Auckland, where he's going to play in the Black Clash, which for those of you who don't know is a cricket match where rugby players play against cricketers. Sounds weird, but it seems to work. You get a bunch of former international cricketers playing against a bunch of current and former All Blacks and people with rugby connections, and it sounds like something that the cricketers should win easily, but it doesn't always work that way. Anyway, it's just a bit of celebrity fun. So he's playing in that, being former All Black. He does bat in an entertaining fashion, which I guess is why they keep picking him in that Black Clash. He likes to do reverse sweeps and big slogs and unusual shots. Loves his cricket, does Ofisa. So it's a nice complex here, the Sunnyvale Sports Club. You can only see one of the fields here, but there is another one over to the right, so it's a nice big expanse of grass. Excellent pavilion that we're in right now. It's got a cafe and a restaurant and a bar over to my right, so you may hear some clanking of dishes and coffee machine noises. And Officer off the mark with a single down to third man. Should be the end of the over by my count. Isn't that the end of the over, fellas? Yep. Still going though. Looks like we're going to have a 7-ball over, so Tony Young's getting another chance. Short pulled to the left of the fine leg fielder into the boundary for 4. So again, the district's bowlers feeding Wayne Mackenzie's strength, which is the short delivery, and the umpire, I think, may have made a mistake in counting in that over. He's given a 7-ball over, a 7th ball, and Auckland taking advantage of that error by hitting the last ball for 4. Mackenzie up to 16 off just 7 deliveries, and we're 21 without loss after 2. So I'd like to be able to tell you exactly where we are, but I'm still getting my bearings in Dunedin. I'm going to say we're west. And we're in the Green Island area, I guess. It doesn't feel like an island. I'll have to do a bit more research on that as the week goes on. Anyway, Dunedin, awesome place. Haven't been here before myself. And lovely part of the world. Way down the south. Short again. This one is 1.5 bounces into the, well, over the boundary for 4. So again, Nick Dawson dropping short to Wayne Mackenzie, and he does have 2 men back. He's got a leg on the boundary and a fine leg, but that one went right in the gap there. So I don't know if that was a deliberate attempt to get Mackenzie caught, but it didn't work. 4 more. To Wayne Mackenzie. It's his 3rd boundary to go with a 6 and just 8 balls, 20 he is. So rollicking start for the man who is currently the leading run scorer in the tournament. Early doors, of course. Short again, and that one's pulled in front of square. That's a very nice controlled pull shot. And again, poor bowling, I'm afraid. I'd suggest that he maybe try pitching a couple up. He does have the 2 men back, but Mackenzie is well in control of these shots. We've got Adil Samani, the district's captain, coming out of slip, and he's coming into a mid-wicket position, so maybe Dawson is going to persist with this long hop strategy. No, and he hits it through gully this time, down to third man for 2. In fact, they've come back, so it's good running from Mackenzie, showing good fitness after a busy day yesterday.
Team game. Amen. Well done.
Oh, and he's driving fluently through the offside now, showing a good range of shots. That one is not going to reach the boundary. 2. Strike rate of 254 for Mackenzie. If he gets anywhere near to keeping that up for a while, we'll be in for some entertainment. (13 off that over). Nick Dawson has gone for 28 from his 2 overs, so not a great start from him. In fact, pretty bad one. 34 after 3 overs.
They were watching the game and they were trying to do it as it goes, and I was calling out every over. It's a 23rd over. That's what they wanted, but everything right. Every over there was one short, they didn't have the overs, but they were much shorter.
Nicely played by Tuna'u through the covers, and they will take an easy 2. Well, that's lofted by Tuna'u. It's going to go for a boundary of some kind. I think it's 4, 1 bounce for 4. So hit well by the very strong officer Tuna'u over long on, and there was nobody there to threaten it going across the line. So we're very lucky this year, or very fortunate, to have some great sponsors. We've got the Armstrong's Motor Group, the title sponsors of the IPT this year. So it's the Armstrong's New Zealand Over-50s Cricket IPT. Slammed away through the covers, that should go for 4, it does. So Ofisa Tunu'u opening up, just as one might open one of the fine vehicles from Armstrong's Motor Group. They have a great selection of high-end cars. There's 3 of them parked outside the building today. There's a beautiful Mercedes and a couple of Range Rovers there. Very nice automobiles. So if you're looking for a high-end car, check out Armstrong's Motor Group. Oh, that is going to go down as a dropped catch, I'm afraid, but it was very difficult. Looks like number 1, the cap, is that Adil Samani there? He probably is the best fielder in the side. So if anyone was going to catch that, it would be Samani. He is a very good fielder, diving away to his left. Couldn't cling on to that slightly lofted, but strongly hit cover drive. So 1 run to Tunu'u is the result. So we'll put it down as a drop catch, but also a single, and we won't give too many demerit points to Adil Samani for that. It was a fine effort. 46 off 4. It's 11 and a half and over. Yes, so Armstrong's the title sponsors of the IPT. We're also very grateful to Hirepool and Dulux, the paint guys, for their support. Wonderful to have some sponsors there. Right, so the Nick Dawson experiment has failed. None for 28 from his 2. He's been replaced by Morris Patton, who generally does bowl good line and length. Quite an economical bowler usually. I'm not going to guarantee that, but he does have a good economy rate in over-50s cricket. Just has a short run up, about 8 or 9 paces. Nice action. And he's been smashed away through extra cover by Tunu'u, and I think that's going to head over the boundary for 4. It does. So another 4 for Ofisa Tunu'u. He's opening up as well. 3 boundaries for him. He's up to 17 off 14. And the runs continue to flow. 50 up for Auckland. 50 without loss after just 4.2 overs. And just to finish up on those sponsors, most of those sponsors accrued or acquired thanks to the wonderful work of Pierre Flavel, tournament director of this tournament. He's done great work in getting some commercial arrangements set up for New Zealand over-50s cricket. Right, so a relatively economical over, bowled by Maurice Patton. It was a boundary, but 5 off it. Still, Auckland rollicking along here, 52 without loss after 5 overs. There's 3 other games which have started, and we'll cover those occasionally throughout the day. There's Young continuing. More runs for Tunuu, just one of them in fact, down to fine leg. So there was some overnight rain, and the roads were wet this morning, but the pitch well covered, and doesn't look like it's having any adverse effects on the crickets, especially not for Wayne Mackenzie, who gets another short ball, and he's in such good form that he hits it well in front of square. Very controlled front foot pull shot, which brings him 2.
Who is here, probably actually higher up than Ian Campbell. At some stage, she said, get the time in there, because you never know, you catch the time when it rains, or such and so forth, and they just go out. So, we'll work out the time. I'm passing it on from the scoring bodies. Get your hand, he does it as well. Oh, she does? Yeah, I'll do right at it. All I do is, like, every time it takes over an hour, I'll write down, says I'm doing it. So then the clock, they're doing 1 minute. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you do it your way. But it's been rock solid. It's paid off.
Good bit of fielding by Chris Jeffries, backing up his captain, who the ball had eluded. 1 for Mackenzie. That is slammed over the head of square leg and into the boundary for 4 by Ofisa Tunuu. Quick hands there from the big solid former rugby player, and into the boundary, 4 runs to spoil what had hitherto been a decent over from Tony Young. 8 off it in the end, and the fast scoring continues, 60 without loss after 6. The other Division 1 match also has a fairly bright start, not to the same extent. But over there, Andrew Hoare and John Gary have taken Canterbury Otago up to 49 without loss after 6.4. That's 7 point something and over. Andrew Hoare 25 off 20 and John Gary 17 off 22.
Excellent. When I call that the sport over, it's like, yeah, that's what we've got.
Good bit of fielding there. Who's that? A bit far away to tell. It could be Ben Warren. Good scrambling save in the covers. So plenty of runs around the grounds. Maybe the overnight rain has freshened things up a little bit.
And it wasn't like I now do it. Partly so people
Oh, it's the first time we've seen the ball beat the bat, I think. Good delivery from Patton. Had Mackenzie lurching half forward and it beat the outside edge through to the keeper, Bert Warner. So Morris Patton restoring some sanity to this district's bowling attack. He's bowled 5 dot balls in a row. Could we see a maiden in an innings that's to date been going at well over 10 and over? A maiden would certainly be ideal for districts. He won't get a maiden as there'll be a run down to fine leg and he'll come back for the second. There's a chance for a run out at the bowler's end. I think he's going to be out. Where's the umpire? There he is. Has he given it? I don't know if he's given that one. No, he should have. He has not. It was a pretty touch and go shout. You would have seen it pretty well on the camera angle there. It's a bit hard for me to tell, but maybe with some video analysis later we can come back and have a look at that. So the result is 2 runs and it's the end of the over. So what happened there was Mackenzie tickled it around the corner to fine leg, took the 1, decided to come back for 2, and it was his call, but Tanu'u wasn't really interested, and it was only when the 2 batsmen were pretty much nose to nose that Tanu'u decided that he would try and make it to the non-striker's end, put in a dive. The bails were removed, but the umpire judged that Tanu'u had dived in like a halfback reaching over the try line to score the winning try, and 2 runs. Just watching the replay now, and yeah, I think he might have gone up to the 3rd umpire, but I think he may have just got home, so we're going to call that a good decision. Okay, so we've got another change of bowling. Okay, Simon Dodds is going to replace Tony Young. Simon Dodds had a pretty good day yesterday, scored a century, bowled a good bell. Here he is bowling to Ofisa Tunu'u. Starts with a full toss, which is driven to mid-off for no run. Simon Dodds, a member of the New Zealand Over-50s cricket team, which played in Cape Town, South Africa at the Over-50s World Cup last year. He's the only New Zealand player we've seen in action so far today. There are a few others in the 2 teams. That is hoisted away by Ofisa Tunu'u into the boundary for 4. A little bit of a slog, but it didn't look too ugly. And it's rolled past the covers and into some flax bushes at the very, very far end of this big Sporting Complex. So another boundary for Ofisa Tunuu. He is up to 27 from 21. And in terms of strike rate, he's catching up to Mackenzie. So Tunuu going at 128 strike rate, Mackenzie 143.
I think it came on me. Yeah, how much? 3-ish?
Yeah, come out here on the right, we'll watch it.
Yeah. Yeah, so that was a bit of a pain, but that's right. Oh, I kind of couldn't. I had too much to stress about that. That was alright.
Good delivery again from Patton, beating Tunuu. So Auckland had a win yesterday and Districts had a loss. There are 4 teams in this division. Each team plays each other team, which means 3 round-robin matches, and then the top 2 teams go through to the final. The bottom 2 teams go through to the 3rd and 4th playoff. So plenty to play for. Auckland have won the IPT once when it was held in Auckland. That was the 2nd edition of the tournament back in 2019, I think it was. Beaten again, Tunuu. Oh no, it's a wide in fact, so that would explain why. Districts are the only team out of the 4 provinces that have never won the tournament. They have made the final once, but they couldn't beat Canterbury Otago. That was down in Blenheim, or up in Blenheim if you're from here. Auckland have won it once, Canterbury Otago have won it twice, and Wellington Tasman, they won the very first edition back in 2018-19. All 4 teams very evenly matched always. The 4-team format proving to be successful year after year. 4 strong teams proving better than 6 mediocre teams.
Thank you very much. Okay. Stick it out to the...
Plenty of W's for the GI team.
Big swing from Tunu'u. It's gone up in the air. It's fallen safely. No run. Oh, sorry, one run in fact.
His grandmother, you can't be talking to the school about what's going on. I can't wait to report you to the ICC. I have to report you to the ICC for trying to corrupt the game, okay? So, don't tell the scorer what to do, bro. Corrupt? This is Bill Price. This is, oh my God, Richard Horner and Jim Morrison. Okay? Bill's picture of Sonny Green on
Right, end of the over. 71 after 9, and the run rate back to a very respectable 7.9 from the perspective of districts, after it was up around 11 for a while. 71 after 9. The other match, well, they're rollicking along. That's Canterbury Otago. They are 77 without loss after just about 10 overs. Andrew Hoare and John Gary going along at a great clip. And Simon Dodds will continue. He's bowled one fairly sedate over for 5 runs. He's just changing his field. He's bringing mid-wicket squarer and the boundary rider straighter. Mackenzie has pulled fairly straight a couple of times, so maybe looking to plug that gap. There's also a square leg on the boundary, and that's it as far as I can tell. In these matches, teams are allowed to have 3 fielders out for the first 15 overs, but districts opting to have 2, which is interesting considering the rate of scoring. Ooh, that's a good delivery from Simon Dodds. He does bowl a heavy ball, and Bert Horner, the wicketkeeper, taking that one chest height. So that's a good sign for Simon Dodds.
Oh, in a well-mannered and joyful way. Oh, yes, they did.
Dodds again. All good. Oh, where's that gone? Top edge, which has gone. Oh, it's actually a drop catch. So it was a top edge and it went straight up behind Bert Horner, The fielder came charging around from short fine leg, spilled the catch, and I think he's got cramp. So plenty of action in that delivery. He's on his haunches there, the fielder. He looks in a bit of pain. I don't know if he's done like a knee or something, or if it's cramp. I think it's Ben Warren. So yeah, that was definitely a top edge, definitely a chance. Ball went down. And how many runs did they get off that ball, guys? Just one in the end. Okay. Big swing from Tuna'u, but no connection. Nicely clipped off his hip by Tuna'u, round to Ben Warren, who seems to have recovered from whatever ailment he had as a result of dropping that catch. May just have been his dignity that was hurt. And that ends the 10th over. So after 10 overs, Auckland very comfortably up to 73 without loss. Good start for them. Got a couple of games in Division 2 today too. Canterbury Otago have completed exactly 10 overs as well down there. They're also wicketless, 55 without loss. And Districts against Wellington Tasman going at a good rate as well, 54 after 11.4 overs, but they've lost 2 wickets. So runs all around the grounds today. Canterbury Otago looking particularly dominant against Wellington Tasman, 84 without loss after 11. Andrew Hall 41 off 28 with 5 fours and 2 sixes. And John Gary 36 off 40. Paddon again pulled, but straight into the body of the fielder at mid-wicket, who just sort of blocked it. I think that might be Scott Warren there, number 4. This one's just a little bit straighter from Tuna'u, nicely dropped into the onside, and Warren can't prevent the single this time. At the conclusion of this tournament on Monday, 2 teams will be named, a New Zealand side and a New Zealand A side. And both of those 2 teams will compete in a quad series, which will also include Australia and the United States. So that quad series will take place in Blenheim, which is at the top of the South Island, in March the 13th to the 18th. That series will follow the same format as the IPT, with each of the 4 teams playing each other on Thursday, Friday, Sunday and Monday. And the matches involving New Zealand A will not be considered official over-50s internationals, of course, but all the other matches will. So we've got the USA and Australia touring New Zealand. They'll play in that quad series, and they'll also play some other tour matches as well. It's a big trip for the Americans, of course. Not quite as far for the Aussies to come, but still a major overseas tour for them, so that's fantastic to see. Plenty of arrangements still needing to be made for that series. Swung and bowled. Big swing from Officer Tunuu. Makes no connection, and his bails go flying. So the bright and breezy, entertaining innings from Officer Tunuu of 31 comes to an end. Bowled by Simon Dodds for 31 from 34 deliveries, 5 fours and no sixes. And he's definitely done his job. Right, so I've made a little bit of a mistake in the scoring. I've attributed that wicket to Maurice Patton, but it was, of course, Simon Dodds. It'll show up correctly on the Crick HQ scorecard, but on the Pitch Vision one it'll be incorrect. Anyway, more importantly, Mike Jamieson has come to the wicket at number 3 for Auckland. Now, he got a first ball duck yesterday. He left a delivery from Ronnie Cockcamp, which swung in and took out his middle stump. So he'll be looking to survive at least one delivery today. Has played for New Zealand over-50s quite a while ago now. Played in the first series that New Zealand played against Australia back in 2018, and also went to the World Cup in that same year. Didn't score many runs, but still has that cap. And he's facing current New Zealand all-rounder Simon Dodds. Ooh, still hasn't hit one yet. Hit on the pads. Good delivery from Dodds. Mike Jamieson, the father of Kyle Jamieson, New Zealand fast bowler. It's a wide. They'll pick up a couple of runs of some description, which I'll describe momentarily when I get a signal. Leg byes. So Mike Jamieson still hasn't hit a ball in this tournament. He left that one yesterday and he's been hit on the pads. He's He's missed a wide and then got a couple of leg byes, so still looking to get bat on ball. And he gets bat on ball. Pushes it back to the bowler. It'll feel nice for Mike Jamison. It was a late call-up to the Auckland side. They lost a number of players due to injury, all in a heap. And I think Afisa Tanu was a late call-up. Mike Jamison was a late call-up. And you'll get off the mark, so that'll feel nice with a little clip out to square leg. One run to Jamison, and that ends the 12th over, 78 for 1. Yes. Three overs before the first scheduled drinks break. The drinks break in this format of cricket come at overs 15 and 30, or after those overs. And at the conclusion of each of those drinks breaks, the fielding team is allowed to push another fielder outside the 30-yard circle. District's currently persisting with 2 fielders out for Jamison. Those fielders being a third man and a fine leg, as we see a misfield allowing Jamison to pick up 2 runs.
It's okay, yeah, it's fine. I'd rather be able to do. Now he's Prime Minister of Pakistan and he's been put in jail. That's politics of Pakistan.
Done a good job, has Morris Patton. Came in when the run rate was around 10, and he's coming up to the end of his 5th over and he's taken 1 for 13, so that's an economy rate of under 3. I did mention that he is generally economical, and he's been instrumental in bringing the Auckland run rate down to just 6 1/4. And that is taken. Caught and slip, so Jamison's scratchy innings comes to an end, caught at first slip by
Probably Adil Samani. But
Yeah,
we'll see.
probably Adil Samani, we think.
Okay, Samani.
Yep.
Yep.
Adil Samani taking a good low catch, diving to his left. And Auckland's second wicket falls. Mike Jamieson caught Samani, bowled Patton, who's taken both the wickets now, and he's had a really good spell. Is that the end of the over? Thank you. Yes, the familiar figure of number 1, Adrian Dale, coming to the crease. Of course, the former captain of the New Zealand Over-50s cricket team, former county professional for Glamorgan, played for England A. Excellent player, excellent guy, excellent contributor to New Zealand Over-50s cricket. Now in the second half of his 50s, played in the Australian Over-55s Championship last month, or a couple of months ago, and he's coming to the wicket with his team in a good position at 80 for 2 after 13 overs. Wayne McKenzie, 35 off 32. Got off to a racing start. I think he was 28 off 11. So the last 20 balls he's scored 7. And that's due to some good bowling by Maurice Patton and Simon Dodds, who's coming in now and doesn't do good bowling this time, bowls are wide. Wide again. Ooh, that's a little bit aerial from McKenzie, but falls short of Fabian Paterana, fielding at a backward point position, I guess you'd say. So Auckland were 50 after 5 overs, they're now 82 after 13 and a half overs. So the last 8.5 overs have only seen 32 runs, which is a good comeback from Districts. They were never going to keep scoring at 10 and over, of course, but it's a good sign when you can restrict a batsman who gets off to a great start. I can see Adil Samani doing some warm-ups at first slip. We may see him in the bowling attack soon. Only bowled 1 over yesterday, which is a little bit surprising. He is a good leg spinner. Oh, there's going to be a run out here. This massive mix-up. Adrian Dale's going to be run out. He is, and he's angry. He's very angry, gesticulating at Wayne McKenzie. Run out without facing a ball. That's not a good way to go. Wayne McKenzie hit the ball to mid-on, came charging down the wicket. Adrian Dale, I assume, said no, but McKenzie kept going, and Dale sacrificing himself, trying to get down to the other end. There was a bit of a fumble, but the fielding team managed to get the bails off, and the leading run scorer in all New Zealand over-50s cricket, Adrian Dale, run out without facing a ball. We don't usually see a lot of emotion from Adrian, but he certainly would have said a few words, and he was gesticulating angrily at his batting partner. So that's a shame for Adrian Dale. He loves batting, loves scoring runs, and to be deprived that opportunity of even facing a single delivery due to a communication error, that would be upsetting. Any idea who the fielder was? So for anyone who was tuning in, hoping to see Adrian Dale bat, got some bad news, you won't see that today. Perhaps you'll get the chance to see Simon Hayden bat. He's a former first-class player, obviously didn't play as much as Adrian Dale, but did play a couple of games for Auckland back in the 90s. He's an aggressive batsman, scored 95 in a club game the other day in no time apparently. Only scored 8 yesterday for Auckland, so looks like he takes a few balls to get going, but when he does, we could be in for some entertainment. Meanwhile, I think Wayne McKenzie will be looking to stay out there as long as he can, so he doesn't have to come in and have a discussion with Adrian Dale about that run out. Adrian's a lovely guy, he won't hold a grudge, but he was a little bit pissed off. Okay, here's Dodds bowling to Simon Hayden. And that ends an eventful over, which saw a wicket fall. Auckland 82 for 3 after 14 overs. Canterbury Otago, they're barrelling along, 108 without loss after 14.4 overs. Andrew Hoare has brought up his 50 off 37 deliveries, 5 fours and 3 sixes, and John Gary is approaching his 46 he's on. Wellington Tasman unable to stem that tide of runs. Division 2, Canterbury Otago 67 for 3, and Districts are 74 for 2. beats the dive of the gully fieldsman, Colin Owens, down to third man for 1 run. Or third, as we're supposed to call it these days. Bowled him! What a great delivery from Maurice Padden. Stump goes flying out of the ground, and well, we won't see any fireworks from Simon Hayden today. He's gone second ball, bowled by Maurice Padden, who has 3 wickets now. What a great spell from him, and that will hasten the drinks break. We'll start 3 overs early, as Simon Hayden looking to push that one straight, missed it completely, and his middle stump, I think it was the middle stump, it's hard to tell from this angle, knocked out of the ground. So that will give Districts a huge boost coming into the first drinks break. They were on the receiving end of some tap very early on, but they've come back excellently to take 4 wickets, and at the first drinks break, Auckland 83 for 4. we're back after drinks. Andrew Brookland has come to the wicket to join Wayne Mackenzie, who's again batted right through. He's seen 14 wickets fall in this tournament while he's been batting without being dismissed himself. Batted right through the Auckland innings yesterday, and he's batted through 15 overs today. But it'll be Brookland facing Maurice Patton, who's taken 3 wickets and has bowled excellently. Andrew Brookland had a very good game yesterday, scored about 30, took 3 for 27 or something, 3 for 16 it might have been. Usually, or in the past, has played in Division 2, but he's been given a chance due to the injury spate that Auckland had to come into the first team, and he's taken that opportunity so far. And now he's come in with a job to do. So that was the completion of the 15th over, so the drinks break taken before the 15 overs, and 15 overs have now been completed. 83 for 4, Auckland. In the other match, Wellington Tasman have managed to take a wicket. It's come at a cost though, 118 for 1 after 16.2. Andrew Hoare the man out. Court Petrie bowled Grant for 56. John Gary has reached his 50, continuing his good form this season. He toured the UK with the Canterbury Over-50s and scored a couple of centuries. And now he's got 50. Looking to make his way back into that New Zealand Over-50s side. It's a wide from Simon Dodds to Wayne Mackenzie. John Gary played for New Zealand at the 2020 World Cup and wasn't picked, or hasn't been picked since then, but still scoring the runs and looking to force his way back into that side, which will be named at the completion of this tournament. Good spell this from Simon Dodds. He sometimes is a bit expensive, but today he's bowled straight and with decent pace for this level. 4.2 overs, none for 12, so that's under 3 and over. Excellent bowling partnership with Maurice Patton, who's bowled economically and taken wickets. Dodds doing a good job at his end. That one just short of a length, and Mackenzie tapping it into the gully. Plays nice and late, does Mackenzie. You might have noticed that one, he just played it under his eyes. Hopefully not too rattled by that run out with Adrian Dale. He's shown that he can keep going when wickets fall around him. So as I mentioned before, Wayne Mackenzie was 28 off 11, he's now 36 off 45, so So his last 34 deliveries, he scored 8 runs. So it's really an innings of 2 halves, this one, from the Auckland opening batsman. Just 1 run, that was a wide off the first ball of this over, and another excellent one from Simon Dodds, none for 12 off 5. Auckland 84 for 4. It's a little bit overcast here in Dunedin. I wouldn't say it's a warm day. Yesterday was genuinely warm, mid-20s. Today is probably high teens, maybe 18, 19 degrees. But pleasant for cricket. No wind. And we are going to see the district's captain, leg spinner Adil Samani, replacing Maurice Patton, who had a fantastic spell, 6 overs, 3 for 14. And this is maybe a good time for Samani to come on with a new batsman in the shape of Andrew Brookland, and the other batsman, Wayne McKenzie, who, while set, is not really looking to smash the bowling around as he was early in the innings. So Samani will perhaps be able to settle into his work, get a decent spell in. Samani setting his field with precision. His outfielders will be a square leg and a cover sweeper. So again, Anos looks like a mid-wicket. I think that man's on the field, it's hard to tell. Yes, he is in fact. He's coming just inside the boundary and just a bit to his left, so he will be kind of a cow corner. So 3 fielders back. Starts with a wide. Yes. So Adil Samani, newly minted as the captain of the New Zealand Over-50s cricket team, hasn't led his side into battle at international level yet, but he was appointed after the 2023 World Cup when Adrian Dale stepped down. And he also captains districts, so plenty of captaincy for Adil Samani. He did play some first-class cricket for Northern Districts back in the 1990s as a bowler, well, primarily a bowler. now plays more as a batsman, but he can still bowl some nice leggies, as he's doing here. Born in Uganda. Samani moved to New Zealand as a youngster, learned his cricket in New Zealand. And he starts with an over that had one off it, just the wide. So the tight bowling from Districts continues. 85 after 17. Here's Dodds continuing into his 6th over. Starts with a wide, as he is wont to do. Mackenzie using his feet this time, maybe thinking enough is enough, and he does get a couple of runs as he pushes it wide of mid-on. So the first sign of muted aggression from Mackenzie in quite a while. He has gone through a quiet patch, but he picks himself up. 2 runs. I'm not sure how long he was stuck on 36, but it felt like ages. It's up to 38 now. And he'll grab another one to square leg. Andrew. So that's the end of Simon Dodds' 6th over, and Andrew Sewell to my right, the local scorer, has helped me name the ends. So at the right hand side of your screen, that will be the Saddle Hill end, and to the left will be the Green Island end. Now this might sound like a silly question, but Andrew, is Green Island actually an island?
Green Island is this is a Kaikorai Valley stream, Kaikorai Stream Valley. Out of the mouth, there is an island that is called Green Island.
Okay.
It's a small rock.
Okay, so there is an island called Green Island, but we're not on an island right now. We're on the mainland. So, as I said, my first trip to Dunedin, so if you are local, please be patient with me. But the area is known as Green Island. In fact, if you're local, you should be down here watching. Sunnyvale Oval. Green Island Cricket Club, home to a few New Zealand players, Craig Cumming among them. Also, I believe the home rugby club of Ben Smith, the New Zealand fullback / winger. Andrew, would Ben Smith be the best known All Black from this club?
Well, as I'm a Dunedin person and as I live at the other end of the Kaikorai Stream in a foreign land, I would say in this, at the moment, yeah, it would be. Seeing as All Blacks no longer play for clubs, yeah, he would be. It's wrong in the supermarket yesterday, actually. That's one of the deliveries, is that right? The person asked to be billed, actually, and Bill was around.
I'll try. Oh, it's a chance of a catch taken straight to Chris Jeffries at point. So we've seen quite a few deliveries from Samani that have been short of a length and cut towards that point area. Perhaps Andrew Brookland getting a little frustrated with that, trying to hit over the top, but Chris Jeffries, big tall man, pouched that very safely, and Andrew Brookland's 10-ball duck comes to a conclusion with that catch by Chris Jeffries, and almost immediate dividends for Adil Samani, taking his first wicket after 9 deliveries. And Auckland slumping further, 5 wickets down now. So 5 down, and that brings the captain, Neil Ronaldson, to the crease, batting at number 7, which is maybe a position or two higher than he would usually bat. He can club the ball, known for hitting sixes, is Neil Ronaldson, but maybe today he needs to play a different type of innings. We'll see. Maybe he will play his natural game and take the attack to the district's team. But success for Adil Samani, the New Zealand captain, 1 for 3 off 1.3. Now, of course, it's very early on in the day's play, but if Districts were to win this match, that would mean that they'd have a win and a loss, and so would Auckland. And if Canterbury Otago can beat Wellington Tasman, then they would each have a win and a loss as well. which would mean lots to play for on Sunday. It would, in effect, make those matches a semi-final, which has often happened in the IPTs. These 4 teams, as I mentioned earlier, usually very evenly matched, but we still have a lot of water to go under the bridge. Shout for LBW. He was well forward, was Ronaldson. It's one of the advantages of being side on, as we can see things like that. We can also see run-outs, stumpings. So good over from Adil Somani, a wicket-taking one. Speaking of Wellington Tasman versus Canterbury Otago, the Firehawks have dismissed both of the opening batsmen, who were going along very well. Both scoring 56, both out to Lee Kelly, who's impressed so far in this tournament. He's taken 2 for 17 from 4, and Darren Sears has taken 1 for 4. So those 2 bowlers changing things around for the Wellington Tasman Firehawks, much as Simon Dodds and Morris Patton and now Adil Somani have done for districts. You're talking about Alright, we've got a new bowler. Simon Dodds has done his job. 6 overs, none for 16. He'll be replaced by Ben Warren, who sometimes bowls medium pace, sometimes bowls off spin. Let's see what he's going to do today. Keeper standing up. I think he's going to bowl some offies. He seems to be warming up with those. Usually bowls off spin, but he can bowl some little seamers. He'll be bowling to Wayne McKenzie. Well, it's a little bit of uncertainty again with the running, as Ronaldson enjoyed his own shot so much that he thought it deserved 1, and McKenzie maybe wasn't so sure. He did eventually agree and made it home safely for 1 to end that first over of Ben Warren, which conceded 2. And the score is 93 for 5 after 20. That's a run rate of 4.65. Far cry from the 11s and 12s that we were frantically describing earlier on. It's like a much more of a traditional run-setting innings, or target-setting innings. So yesterday we saw that across the grounds, scores of about 200 were normal. Pretty much every game was in that zone between 190 and 210. As Samani continues, Ronaldson well forward in defence. So to get to 200, Auckland will need to double their score without being bowled out, obviously. Well, they could be bowled out, really, as we see Ronaldson lunging forward again with a nice forward defensive. But Auckland's batting lineup is fairly top-heavy, with the likes of Mackenzie, Dale, Brookland. But they're all gone now. Simon Hayden, all come and gone. No Ian Bilcliffe in their lineup this year, unfortunately. He's got a shoulder injury. He was a star at last year's IPT and also for New Zealand A over in Australia. Ronaldson again showing off his forward defensive. I bet he'd love to launch into one of his big slog sweeps. He does have a gap between mid-wicket and long on. The long on man is outside the circle, but oh no, he's just coming inside the circle now as the long off goes back. So we've got long off, deep mid-wicket and square leg. Those latter two are quite close to each other. This one's outside the off stump though, and Ronaldson misses the cut. Adil Samani looking to finish a maiden, which he will. Maiden over for Adil Samani, and he has 1 for 3 off 3 overs, so good economical bowling from him. Single for Wayne Mackenzie. There's a big hit from Neil Ronaldson. That's what he's usually known for, and that will go into the boundary at wide long on for the first boundary in quite a long time. I don't know if the scorers over to my right can tell me how long it's been since the last boundary.
Last boundary was the 8th over.
Wow, 8th over was the last boundary. That's nearly 14 overs ago, so it's been a long time between big hits. Thank you, Andrew, well done. So after going at 10 and over for the first 6 or 7 overs, things really dried up, and we saw almost 14 overs go without a boundary before Ronaldson hit that one wide of long on for 4. So, end of an exciting over in the sense that it brought up 100 for Auckland, and also it saw the first boundary in what feels like a long, long time. 100 for 5 Auckland. That's got some nice symmetry to it. 22.1 overs, so we're nearly halfway through the innings. Quick single for Neil Ronaldson up to mid-on. Takes him up to 7. And Wayne McKenzie, who's gradually approaching 50. It looked like he was going to get it in about 20 balls the way he started. He's still going at a strike rate of 72, which is respectable, but he was going at a strike rate of around 250 early on. And this is some good bowling from Adil Samani, the leg spinner. He does turn it. Not sure how much turn he's getting today because we're on a side-on angle. Also bowls fairly quickly. And he's bowled 22 deliveries now for just 4 runs conceded. So pretty good for a leggy. Had the batsman on the back foot quite a lot, trying to cut, but not able to pierce that offside field, which has Chris Jeffries at point, and then there's a backward point and a gully. no one behind them, so if the batsman can get it through, there are runs on offer. Tries again. It goes to the gully fieldsman. So it's a good tactic from Samani. It's come off so far as he completes another economical over that just saw one run off it. 101 for 5. Let's check into Division 2. Canterbury Otago are playing Auckland. And the Mainlanders 95 for 4. They're about halfway through their innings. A few guys getting 20s, but nothing spectacular happening there. Bruce Warner has 3 for 17. And in the other match, we have Districts against Wellington Tasman. Districts 117 for 5. Kane Venner 42, but he's come and gone. Ben Warren continuing. Oh, there'll be a couple of runs here for Ronaldson as he's turned it into a big gap behind square on the leg side. 2 in fact.
Clean team that played for this cover.
Oh yeah? Okay.
Quite a few other.
Mustang just kicked the goal that died down the line out. He played for us.
So as another tight over comes to an end, just 2 off it. Been informed by one of the old timers here about the famous players who have played for Green Island. Glenn Turner, one of New Zealand's greatest ever batsmen, scored 100 first-class centuries. He played for the Green Island Club, so there's a famous name from back in the day. And as I mentioned, it's a rugby club as well, so they've had a double All Black in the shape of Brian McKechnie, who is famous for a couple of things. In terms of rugby, he kicked the famous goal after the... Oops, hang on, what are we going to see here? We've got an overthrow. So in terms of rugby, he kicked the goal after the famous Andy Hayden diving in the line-out incident. I forget what year that was. Was that on the 81 Springbok tour? I can't remember. Way before my time, of course. And then 81, was it the same year? 81 was the underarm incident. McKechnie was the batsman who faced that last ball. So he's a couple of places in New Zealand sporting law and played for this club.
nice bit of breeze.
Lynn Jeffrey, another player, All Black, played for this club. Second 5'8", I think he was. Again, way before my time. As we see, McKechnie again unable to pierce that offside field. So it's excellent bowling from Samani. He's going at 1.29 and over. And again, so we've got the right fieldsman there. Also has a rugby connection, does Chris Jeffries. He's a first-class rugby referee. End of Samani's 5th over, 1 for 7. So it's excellent tight bowling from the Districts and New Zealand captain. And the Auckland run rate, 4 1/4 now. The momentum really swinging back to Districts. They'll be delighted by that. The Auckland innings has Wayne McKenzie on 44 not out and Afisa Tanu'u 31 at the top. Then there's a whole series of single-digit scores. Mike Jamison 3, Adrian Dale 0 without facing a ball, Simon Hayden 0, Andrew Brooklyn 0. Neil Ronaldson stopping the rot with getting himself to 10. Wickets falling at 74, that was the first one, and then 80. So 74 was the first one, then 80, 82, 83, and 91. Doesn't pierce the gap, but it's enough of a dive from the fielder to allow a single. Ooh, there's going to be lots of runs here as it's gone behind square. There's a bit of a chase for Colin Owens. They think about 3, settle on 2. More runs behind square. There's no fielders really behind square on the off or leg sides. And there's another 2 for Mackenzie, which will take him within 1 run of a half century. Yeah, no, that's all right. So we haven't seen Ronaldson take on Samani at all today. 2 captains battling it out, and Ronaldson respecting the good spell from Samani, keeping his attacking instincts in check.
Yeah, that's it.
He will pick up a run this time though, as he hits it out to the cover sweeper. Ooh. Mackenzie wanted the run that'll get him his half century, and he's actually going to get it now. This is an overthrow. It's not really an overthrow, it's a deflection off the stumps. It was a direct hit from Chris Jeffries, and it deflected down behind the wicketkeeper, and they get the 1. So is that not Mackenzie's 50? It is Mackenzie's 50. Delayed reaction, as the players don't know that, so there's no applause.
Mackenzie 50 of 74 balls in 90 minutes.
Hmm?
No, not 90 minutes.
So he will miss out on a round of applause because nobody knew. So perhaps when he scores another run... Oh, he's getting it now, which is a bit weird. So he's not sure what's happening. Yes, he is. He's just realised what's happened. So he gives a little shy wave of the bat to acknowledge it. So, second consecutive half century for Wayne Mackenzie, of course following that 99 not out that he scored yesterday. So he scored 149 unbeaten runs in this tournament, and I don't think he's played any previous over-50s matches. Might have played in a warm-up game, I'm not sure, but certainly his first IPT, so it's a great start for him. And what's happened there? The ball's ended up at mid-on. It's gone between the non-striker and the bowler, and they've both fallen over. Someone's tripped someone up, so there's no run scored, even though the ball went long on. So the loser in that was the striker, Wayne Mackenzie, who deprived of a run because people were falling over each other. There's going to be a few runs here as Mackenzie swings it away behind square, very fine in fact, and they'll take 2 runs. I'm pretty sure they're runs off the bat. No signal from the umpire would confirm that that is the case. Mackenzie puts just a little bit more into that shot and manages to get enough power on it to get past Chris Jeffries, who's been a bit of a wall there at point today, and he does get a single. But still, that's only the 10th run off Adil Samani, and he's halfway through his 7th over. So I think he under-bowls himself generally as captain, but he's given himself a good long spell today. And it's been an excellent one for Districts after Morris Patton had put the brakes on at that end, taking 3 wickets. Samani has come on and replaced him and kept the run flow low. If you are just joining us, Auckland got off to a rollicking start. They were 74, well, they were 50 after 5 overs, 74 after 11 before the first wicket fell. That was Ofisa Tunuu, who was bowled by Simon Dodds for 31. Then there was a slew of wickets. Mike Jameson came and went. He was caught. Samani bowled Morris Patton for 3. Adrian Dale came in, didn't face a ball. He was run out in a terrible mix-up. Out for 0, obviously. Simon Hayden only lasted 2 balls before he had his middle stump sent backwards by Morris Patton, again for a duck. Excuse me, sorry, I tried to tried to put the microphone down before that sneeze overtook me, but I failed, so apologies to anyone who lived by that. And as I was saying, Andrew Brookland, he was the next. He lasted 11 balls, mainly bowled by Adil Samani, mainly hit into the point area, and then hit one in the air to the same area. He was caught by Chris Jeffries for 0. So those first 5 wickets all falling within of 17 runs. Since then, Neil Ronaldson has come to the crease, and he and Mackenzie have added 28. Hasn't been a rapid partnership. Neil Ronaldson 13 off 33, but they have steadied the ship a little bit. Bit of aggression from Ronaldson, heaving it out to square leg on the kind of a sweep shot. Just gets one though. A lot of balls have gone to that backward points gully area today. Mackenzie down the track, but the field is well positioned, and the man at straightish mid-wicket on the boundary keeps it to 1. So another over comes and goes. That's the 30th completed, and I think we will have a drinks break now with the score at 122 for 5. So join us in about 3 or 4 minutes as we enter the last block of 15.
However, here, you went to University of Auckland, it's 25, you went to University of Auckland, first couple of years, 2 years.
Okay, players making their way back to the middle after a slightly longer than usual drinks break. Dorsamani's going to bowl his 8th over. The part of the delay was the umpire coming upstairs to check with us how many he had bowled. Has bowled 7. 1 for 10. And Auckland have 15 overs left to add to their total of 122. My name's Jim Morrison. I'll be with you throughout the day. Good to see we've got a few people watching from around the world, including Gary Smith, all the way from England. As he said, cold and frosty England. I can imagine it is. So thanks for tuning in, Gary. I'm sure that this is the most interesting thing going on in England at the moment, watching some over-50s cricket from New Zealand. Ronaldson starts with a firmly hit 2 just to the left of long off. So I wonder what the approach of Auckland will be with 15 overs to 5 wickets in hand, but they'll want to bat out their overs. Both batsmen well set. Another one for Ronaldson. Partnership of 34 between Ronaldson and Mackenzie. Wayne Mackenzie, speaking of English or England, Wayne Mackenzie is from England. He's been here about 15 years, I believe. So that was another 7-ball over, with the 7th ball conceding a single. We saw one earlier in the innings which conceded 4. This one not quite as costly, but another slight mistake from the umpire there. That one's very firmly hit by Mackenzie, straight to the fielder, who couldn't grasp onto it because it was hit so hard, and he may have injured himself. I don't know if the ball hit him in the leg, but he's writhing around on the ground. Either the ball hit him or he fell uncomfortably on that leg. I think it might be Colin Owens, so that's not a great sign for Districts if he is injured. He seems to be okay. He's up on his feet and he's trying to run it off. The result was 1 run to Wayne Mackenzie. His 58th today. And similar result for Neil Ronaldson. It'll be just 1 run now. I thought might have got a bit more pace on the ball, but the outfield's not super fast today. 1 more to Mackenzie. Two this time for Ronaldson, as he's looking to open up a little bit now. So this will be Adil Samani's last over. He's bowled his 8. Well, this will be his 9th straight through. 1 for 16. So excellent spell from the District's captain. He's bowled, well, it's hard to tell from this angle, but it looks like he's just been mainly bowling outside off and just short of a length. A lot of his deliveries have just been pushed gently into the offside square and behind square, where he's got 3 fielders positioned. And this one goes to extra cover for a seconder.
Similar
This one does go to one of those men again. That's Chris Jeffries. He's been in the action a lot today. The ball must have gone to him about 20 or 30 times. He's taken a catch, and I don't remember him misfielding, so he's been good. 2 balls left in this spell. Again, it's out to Jeffries. No run. Run rate 4.1 for Auckland. It hasn't dropped below 4 yet, but it's been around the low 4s for quite a while. And quite appropriately, Adil Samani ends his spell with the ball pushed out to Chris Jeffries for no run. So 1 run off that over. He finishes with fantastic figures. 9 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 17. Great bowling from the district's and New Zealand captain Adil Samani. Ben Warren has bowled 7 overs, none for 29. He continues. Ronaldson has a big swing where he puts that front leg down the wicket with, it's like a straight leg, so it looks a bit like one of those old Victor Trumper shots from the 1800s or early 1900s, whenever he was around. Ronaldson 24 off 52. He's done a good job supporting Wayne Mackenzie. Ronaldson, the captain this year of Auckland. Usually it's, well, in all previous IPTs it's been Adrian Dale, but Ronaldson taking over this year as Adrian Dale taking a bit of a break from captaincy. He was the Auckland and New Zealand captain for several years, and maybe just feeling it's just a little bit too much for him. This will be a run for Ronaldson, and the keeper chases after it. It's Bert Horner scampering away into mid-wicket. 1 run score. I'll give you an update from some of the other games shortly as this over progresses. The other Division 1 match is between Wellington Tasman and Canterbury Otago. The mainland is 194 for 4 with 10 overs to go. Robbie Frew 36, Matt Everest on 10. 2 wickets. Oh, as we see, Mackenzie. Oh, no run. I thought he'd hit it better than that. 2 wickets to each of Lee Kelly and Darren Sears. Lee Kelly particularly economical, 2 for 22 from 6. So interesting game developing there. As we see Mackenzie sweep, which I don't remember seeing him sweep before. Picks up 1. In Division 2, Canterbury Otago again. They are 138 for 5 with 11 overs to go. Chris O'Connell 41 from 73. And in the final match, Districts playing Wellington Tasman are 165 for 5. They've got 8 overs to go, so they're the most advanced in terms of overs in that match. No one really standing out there in terms of runs or wickets. So, because Samani is bowled out, we need a change of bowling. It looks like Maurice Patton's coming back on. He bowled really well early on. Took 3 wickets for 14 runs. Really took the momentum out of Auckland's innings. They were rollicking. Sorry, I keep saying rollicking. They were scoring quickly when he came into the attack, and he pegged things back. He took the wickets of Mike Jamieson, Simon Hayden. In fact, has he only taken 2 wickets? Why have I got him as having 3? Oh yes, that's right, he took 2 wickets, I beg your pardon. Simon Dodds took the other one. Okay, so Patton to Mackenzie. Cut out to Chris Jeffries, who's in the action again. Two runs to Mackenzie, who's still charging between the wickets, despite having done all that batting that he's done. As I mentioned a couple of times, he scored 99 not out yesterday, batted right through the 42 overs that Auckland faced, and he's batted through the 34.5 that Auckland have faced today. So a lot of work for Mackenzie, almost as much as for the commentators and scorers. No one really notices all the fact that they never get a break, do they? I guess players are more noticeable. Oh, he's found the gap finally. There's Mackenzie between the point and backward point, but there is cover there, and they take 2 more. Oh, you're awesome. Thank you, Andrew. No, that's great. Thank you. Just had a delicious flat white delivered to me by Andrew Sewell, the scorer. Appreciate that very much, Andrew. Thank you. Big shot from Neil Ronaldson. That's his first 6 of the day. That's what he's known for. He puts that straight leg down the wicket and boofs it over long on, well out of the dimensions of the field, nearly into the next field. So big Neil Ronaldson opening up finally. So we could see some excitement in these last 10 overs. There are 10 overs to go now. So Neil Ronaldson maybe figuring with 5 wickets left, 10 overs to go, partnership of 56, why not have a wee bit of a dip? Yeah, the first half of us. Good bit of placement from Mackenzie between the converging outfielders, and he picks up 2. So had 9 runs off this over. It's gone up in the air, but it's going to be safe because there's no one in that in the ring on the onside apart from a straight mid wicket. There's nowhere near that, and they pick up 1. So this is spoiling Ben Warren's figures a little bit. He bowled very tightly. He's now got 1 ball to go in his spell of 9 overs, and he's taken none for 41. It'll still be fairly economical, unless Ronaldson puts the old front dog down the wicket and smashes another 6. Let's see. No, he just gently pushes it to extra cover for 0 runs, and that ends Ben Warren's spell. 9 overs, none for 41. Okay, 9 overs to go. We're going to have Morris Patton bowling his 8th. Single to Mackenzie into the onside. 68 he is now. 167 runs he's scored. in this tournament without being dismissed. Could he possibly bat through 2 full innings? That would be quite a feat. Okay, a bit of a change in the field. We've got a straight mid-wicket going out to the boundary to join the long on. Sorry, we are in a restaurant cafe, so you may have heard that clanking of dishes. It's okay. Yep, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fielders out. That's what district allowed. Those men are mid-wicket, cow corner, long on, cover sweeper and third man. Ronaldson tries to hit it over long off, which is vacant, misses it, and well taken by Bert Horner, who's been efficiently inconspicuous behind the stumps today, which is generally a pretty good sign. He's taken everything clearly. I don't remember any byes or drop catches or missed stumpings. So good efficient work by Horner. Shy at the stumps from Samani, and I think if that had hit it could have been interesting, but he didn't, so it wasn't interesting. It was just a run-of-the-mill single. +1 for Mackenzie as he hits it down to third man and races back. So excellent energy and fitness from Wayne Mackenzie, who's spent a lot of time on the field, as I mentioned. But the zip and the enthusiasm to come back for 2 there, ending that pattern over. So, looks like Fabian Paterana getting a wee trundle late in the Auckland innings. I haven't seen Fabian bowl before. I did meet him briefly before. Nice chap. He's coming in with just 8 overs to go to show what he can do against a couple of well-set batsmen, Neil Ronaldson on 33 and Wayne Mackenzie on 70. The 2 have added 64. will pick up some runs here off the first delivery into that vacant space behind the bowler, behind the keeper, sorry, and they think about 3, but just 2 byes. So just as I mentioned that Bert Warner had been really good behind the stumps, he's conceded a couple of byes off Paterana's first ball. And in response, Bert Warner takes a step or 2 or 10 back. Maybe didn't realise that Paterana was going to bowl seam up. That one is launched straight, falls safely between a couple of fielders at long off, and the batsmen come back for 2 more. So Auckland building a little bit, run rate up to 4.26 again. It was down to about 4.1. Since the drinks break though, they've been quite aggressive. And with the best part of 8 overs left, they could be looking at another 50 runs or so, which would take them over that 200 mark that I mentioned seemed to be about par, or normal at least, if that's what par means. That one is hoiked away, 1 bounce into the boundary for Ronaldson. Beautiful shot. Just put a foot down the wicket. It was a bit short, to be honest, and he front foot pulled it. Timed nicely, plenty of strength, into the boundary for 4. This could be 4 more for Ronaldson. It is. Gets that Victor Trumper straight leg out and slams it into another gap, this time between mid-wicket and long on. Consecutive boundaries for Neil Ronaldson, and he's up to 43.
Yes, 8. Which is, that's the washing line. That's an 8. The washing line is old. Washing line. Power line going across the road with water. Okay, so it wasn't yet out of bounds with the power line. That's like it is fortunate.
There's another big swing. Ronaldson doesn't get much connection. I'm not sure what that's hit. Let's see. That's come off the bat, so he'll get a run. Wide. So a bit tough on Fabian Paterana, asked to come in and bowl at what is now effectively the death, without having any chance to do it earlier on. And it's going to be more runs. Oh no, he might get a wicket. In fact, he has. Top edge, and Mackenzie's vigil comes to an end. That went straight up in the air to short third man, where I think Tony Young took the catch. And finally, Wayne Mackenzie has an average in this tournament. It's a good one. It's 169. And he's out for 70. End of a partnership of 78 between he and Neil Ronaldson. I think he was trying to hit that onside, but he got a big, thick top edge and it went quite high up in the air and safely collected by the fieldsman there. Round of applause from his teammates. And good reward for Fabian Paterana, who had it pretty tough coming in to the bowling attack in the 38th over, but he's done well. Okay, so as far as we believe, that was the end of the over, but the umpire wants to see more of Fabian Paterana, so he's asked him to bowl another delivery, his 7th, and I think we're all hoping for a dot ball here so it doesn't screw up our scoring. Let's see what happens. Jason McGeorge is the new batsman. And mercifully it is a dot ball, so the umpire does call over. Yeah, I thought he heard. Now somehow Jason McGeorge injured himself severely facing a dot ball that shouldn't have even been a delivery. He did look to be in some discomfort when he played the shot, but now he looks in agony. He's being helped off by 2 of his teammates. I don't know if he pulled whatever you do to an Achilles or something, but it was all very innocuous, and he's had to retire hurt, having just faced 1 ball. So that's a shame for Jason McGeorge. Doesn't look like he'll be able to take any further part in this match, and he's in the team as a bowler. So he's come and gone, and Dean Askew comes in now at, I think this is number 9. So 2 past and present members of the New Zealand Over-50s team, Dean Askew and Neil Ronaldson. They seem to have mismatched playing tops. One has a darker shade. We may have to take that up with the organising committee for the Auckland side. Oh no, Richard. Oh yeah, the excuses are starting. Well, I think I'll still refer it to the tournament committee for adjudication. Had to suffer through Wayne McKenzie wearing white pads for 2 days now. Not sure I'm going to allow this to slide by. Anyway, Dean Askew, long-time member of the New Zealand Over-50s, and apparently he's been selected for the New Zealand Over-60s to go to the Over-60s World Cup in Chennai next month, so congratulations to him for that. I believe that makes he and Craig Gibb and Martin Pennyfather all former members of the New Zealand Over-50s side who've graduated into the Over-60s. Anyway, Neil Ronaldson might be caught. He is dropped at long on. And they've run 2. So plenty of action. Let's try and unpack that. It was hit down to, I think that's Colin Owens at long. A very safe fielder. And it wasn't a difficult catch. He's just going through the action now, is Owens, of what he should have done. He's put the catch down and they've taken 2 runs. And now he's going to pick up, might even be, it's going to be 4 with an edge down through the vacant slip cordon, so that won't please Maurice Patton. He could have had his 3rd wicket. And in fact, he's conceded 6 runs off 2 balls instead. Now, is that 50 for Neil Ronaldson? Yes, it is. Congratulations to Neil. I'm not sure if he has a 50 previously at this level. He may have got one in IPT1 back in 2018 in Christchurch. Did hit a lot of 6s in that tournament. But good innings from him. Very good.
Yeah, I'm not as much adjudication. Yeah, on that one.
Yeah. 3 dot balls to Dean Askew to end the 39th over, an eventful one. Let's quickly check in on how Canterbury Otago are going. Well, they're hammering along. 255 for 4 they are, with 2 overs to go. Robbie Frew, 67 off 71. It's good to see him scoring at a good clip. And Matt Everest, 36 off 43. So Wellington Tasman, they will have a chase of some magnitude. Still 2 overs to go in that innings. Eight bowlers used by Wellington Tasman. Thanks for that, mate. That was really good. Was that a ball? Robinson hits it in the air, should be caught, is comfortably Adil Samani, the captain, just tracking back outside the 30-yard circle as that ball skied up towards him by Neil Ronaldson, trying to get on with things. And his excellent innings of 51 comes to an end. He did really well. He took his time early on when his team needed him to help rebuild the innings. Put on a good partnership of about 70 with Wayne McKenzie, and then started to open those broad shoulders towards the end of the innings. Ended 51 from 71 deliveries. Fabian Pasarana takes his second wicket. He's dismissed both McKenzie and Ronaldson, both with high catches. Gets a smattering of applause as he walks out, and we now have two batsmen on 0. Dean Askew and the new man Paul Rainey. Rainey will get off the mark straight away with a single round the corner. Dean Askew, now he can hit a big ball. Let's see if he'll do it now or he'll wait. He's in pretty good form this season, Dean Askew. He scored a 50 at the Over-50s tournament that was held in Christchurch a couple of months ago. That was the Australian National Over-50s tournament. Pulls that just for a single. A team from Christchurch actually won that tournament. That was the Christchurch Casino 11, kind of hijacking the Australian National Championships. Pretty handy side it was, to be honest, but yeah, good tournament it was. I went down and watched a bit of it. Well run by Pierre Flavel, who's also the tournament director for this tournament. So Pierre doing wonderful work, and he's actually playing today in Division 2 for Canterbury Otago. Hasn't had a bat in their innings of 185 for 6 after 40 overs. Chris O'Connell scoring 66 not out so far in that game. And in the other Division 2 match, Districts 228 for 6, their innings is over. Bruce Nichols, 49 not out. Stephen Hewson, 2 for 35 from 9. He's been good. So Tony Young's going to have another spell as Morris Patton has bowled out. took a bit of stick early on, did Tony Young, when Wayne Mackenzie and Afisa Tanu'u were going in a million miles an hour. None for 20 took from his first 3 overs. And now he's got to come and bowl at the death. So, tough conditions for Tony Young. Dean Askew flicks that away to the boundary fielder at backward square leg for 1 more. That's well hit by Paul Rainey. It's heading out towards the boundary and it's going to reach it. Well played. Nice extra cover drive from the Auckland number. What number is he? 10? Well played. Drives again, does Rainey. This time it's a bit straighter, and Pasarana does the fielding at long off. 1 run to finish the over. 41 overs gone. That means we've got 4 overs left. 186 for 7. And I guess that score of around 200 still looking about right. In the other Division 1 match, Canterbury Otago have gone well past that. They're 264 for 5 with a couple of balls left. Robbie Frew is out to Lee Kelly, who's taken 3 wickets. So he's been by far the best bowler in that innings. 3 for 31 from 8. Darren Sears also good, 2 for 42 from 9. Big hit by Dean Askew. 1 bounce out to the fielder, who does quite well as it takes a skip off the bounce and he just throws his wicket from going for 4. 1 run to Dean Askew. It's launched. Could be out though. Oh, another catch goes down. This time at wide long on. That is that Ben Warren out there? I'm not sure. He's angry at himself. He throws down in disgust like a baseball manager. Catch dropped. 1 run to Paul Rainey and now a further one to Dean Askew. Pretty simple catch, you have to say. So there's been some good catching by Districts and some poor catching. Well, I guess it's not catching if you drop it, is it? Singles off every ball in this over. And there'll be more than a single off the last ball, 2 in fact. Alright, 3 overs to go. 1 bowled by Tony Young, and he's bowled him. Paul Rainey looking to force that one off the back foot. Couldn't see exactly what happened with the delivery, but it's ended up knocking the bails off, and Tony Young takes his first wicket, bowling Paul Rainey for 11. But it was a good little innings by Paul Rainey. He didn't mess around. He hit a boundary and ran well between the wickets. Brings Ravi Pereira to the wicket. Ravi has played for Sri Lanka Over-50s. Played for them at the Tri-Series in Australia in Brisbane in 2022. Lives in Auckland and has played 2 or 3 IPTs for Auckland. Opening bowler. Coming in at number 11. Straight up in the air, chance of a catch. No, it falls short of the busy Chris Jeffries. That was a leading edge, which somehow managed to go backward of square on the offside. No run. Four runs, smashed away by Ravi Pereira, heaving it onto the leg side, And into the boundary for 4. Good shot from the tail ender for Auckland. Valuable runs, taking them up closer to that 200 mark. Shout for LBW, not out. We haven't seen many LBW shouts today. We saw 10 LBWs yesterday, but I don't think we've had one today, and barely an appeal.
That's just about the first LBW appeal.
Alright, just 2 overs left now. Fabian Paterana bowling to Dean Askew. I think this will be a leg by. Yes, it is. Come back this from Paterana after conceding 11 from his first 5 deliveries. He's only had 12 from the next, what's that, 17 or so. Shout for LBW given. Just as I mentioned, we hadn't had any LBW appeals or any given. I've put the, I've been blamed by the scorers, and rightly so. I will accept responsibility for that, and it may go in the book as LBW Morrison. Anyway, so that's the end of the innings. Dean Askew given out LBW. Paterana takes his 3rd wicket. And Auckland have been bowled out for 199, so they do not reach that 200 target that I set for them. Dean Askew, LBW to Paterana for 6, and Auckland yeah, 199 for 9. They had a retired hurt. That was Jason McGeorge. He won't be returning. So that will be the end of the innings. And when we come back after lunch, Districts will need exactly 200 to win this match. Alright, welcome back. Here we are at Sunnyvale Oval in Dunedin. I'm Jim Morris. I'll try and describe as much as I can of the second innings of this match between Districts and Auckland. It's going to start off with Dean Askew opening the bowling as he usually does, and he'll be bowling to Colin Owens. So it'll be two New Zealand players, in fact three really, because Simon Dodds is a member of the New Zealand side. He'll be opening at the other end. So Dean Askew, who's played a lot of first class cricket, also been part of the New Zealand Over-50s side since it started. Looks like he's coming off a short run today. He always comes off the long run, but he's been ill recently, so he's just coming off about 10 paces. And he'll be bowling to the left-handed Colin Owens, who's done well in his career for New Zealand so far. Some debut, scored a few other 50s, and here we go. Districts in pursuit of 200 runs to beat Auckland. I'll tell you what happened in the first innings in a few minutes, if you haven't been watching. If you have, well, you can hear about it again. Ooh, edge, early doors. There's no third man, and there's three men chasing after it. One of them pulls up lame and leaves it to the fastest of the three, which seems to be Giles Pike. And they take 2 runs. So the pursuit is underway. Auckland made 201, in fact, so that means the target is 202, not 200. Only 2 major contributions in the innings, 170 from Wayne McKenzie and 55 from Neil Ronaldson. A lot of single-figure scores in that innings. Fabian Paterana taking 3 for 25, bowling at the death. Morris Patton, probably one of the best, 2 for 29. Good bowling again from Askew, beating Colin Owens. Maybe the best bowler though was Adil Samani, 1 for 18 from 9 overs. Bowled very tightly. Dean Askew, as I mentioned earlier, still going strong at the age of 60 or 61. He's going to be joining the over-60s team that will go to Chennai for the World Cup. It takes place next month, I think starting on the 17th of February. They'll be playing against some very strong teams, most notably Australia and England, probably the 2 favourites there. Hard to say how good India will be. I don't know what sort of side they're going to pick, but or they have picked, sorry. But they're at home, so they'll have an advantage there. First over done, 2 without loss.
Well, he bowled us in yesterday.
Ravi Pereira will open the bowling from the Saddle Hill end. He'll bowl to Simon Dodds, who scored a century yesterday. 109, I think he got. It's his second century at over 50s level. He got one either last year or the year before. Ooh, it's he's pulled that away. He hasn't got much power in it, and it'll just be 2. So we've actually got an all-international start to this innings. Ravi Pereira bowled for Sri Lanka over 50s in the I think he actually came to the World Cup. Can't remember. I'm pretty sure he was in the Tri-Series that was played in Brisbane about 18 months ago. So both of the opening bowlers for Auckland have international over 50s experience, and both the batsmen for districts do. So we should see a decent standard of cricket. Even though Askew's bowling off a short run, I'm pretty sure this is just due to his illness, and that he'll be back to the run once he's feeling better.
Interesting temperature that forecast was to do that.
Yeah, I've always taken a break.
Two slips in for Colin Owens facing Ravi Pereira. It's Neil Ronaldson at first, Adrian Dale at second. Doesn't look like he's got any fielders out on the boundary. No, he doesn't. They're all inside the ring, putting pressure on Colin Owens, who does like to drop and run. So it looks like they're going to try and prevent or focus on preventing those quick singles rather than worrying about boundaries too much. He's very strong on the cut, is Colin Owens. Also pretty good off his legs, like a lot of left-handers. Who's this in?
So he was a spinner and bat, and he stayed involved in still plays his last Greens match.
Is it Oh, got him! Corden slips. Simon Dodd's going for the big drive and caught the edge, and we just talked about those slips in there, and Neil Ronaldson pouched it very professionally. So, big wicket, the century maker from yesterday falls for just 3 today. Simon Dodds caught Ronaldson, bowled Pereira, and that's a great start for Districts. Okay, Bert Horner is the new man, coming in at 3 for districts. He will be facing Ravi Pereira. He'll look behind him and see the catcher Neil Ronaldson in the slips, Adrian Dale next to him, Prasanna Jayawardena with the gloves. Bit of pressure on Bert, but he loves a scrap. Successful over for Ravi Pereira. 9 for 1 are districts.
It's the way with words, and he just he spun his story such that it's the whole year. Yeah, the worst one for the year.
Okay, given that I never saw it on, I don't think the injury here.
We had the first team, and then we had the second thing was called the Academy, to feed this guy into that, and then home ground was down with the manual sewage ponds. And third man was just like, yeah, it was just big.
Always been on the same in the book, yeah.
Oh no, the third man was just looking down and he just sort of shoot high in the pond. The man sort of just went,
Runs for Colin Owens out through mid-wicket. Very nice shot by Owens. He's good through the leg side and he picks up a boundary, his first. Wellington Tasman there chasing a big score against Canterbury Otago. I think that's Brooklyn's field. But they're making a good fist of it. 66 without loss after 10 overs. Greg Stretch and Richard Petrie both scoring quickly.
Oh, I see. And then all it starts is everyone's going to take the feather out. So take the catch, you take the feather out. And then in one way,
Bert Horner will get off the mark with a double into mid-wicket, went to square leg, who parried it out into mid-wicket, and Afisa Tunu'u tidies up 2 runs. It's heaved away over the head of Tunu'u this time by Bert Horner, out to the boundary for 4 runs. A little bit short, and it was kind of a short arm jab from the short batsman, Bert Horner, but good aggressive shot. 4 runs. Slashed away by Bert Horner. There is third man there, that's Ravi Pereira, and he just gets 1. Bert Horner batting with a bit of freedom today, which is good to see. He can get sometimes bogged down a little bit, but he said that he wants to play with a bit of fluency, a little bit of aggression. Ooh, shout for LBW, is trapped on the back foot. Not out, says the umpire. We have seen Colin Owens dismissed like that in the past. Just not really getting forward or back. This time he's back and he pulls around to Pereira, who gets a nasty bounce, but manages to keep the ball inside the field, and they take 1. Runs off his legs this time for Colin Owens. Nice little clip, which will give a chase for Giles Pike. He will complete that chase and fire ball back in as they complete 2 runs. Colin Owens, a very workmanlike cricketer, plays the same shots over and over again and accumulates his runs. He's up to 12 now, scored 20 odd yesterday, but he's a good batsman to have chasing. He paces his chases quite well. Shout for LBW, not out. So it's big appeals that he's survived. Catch, it's gone through to the keeper and the Slips have thrown their arms up in despair. It'll be 2 runs to Colin Owens, just a question of whether it carried to Prasanna Jayawardene, the keeper. Beautiful shot from Colin Owens. I think that's gone for 6. They've signalled 4, but I'm pretty sure that carried. It was close to the line. Still, the umpire signalled 4 and he's in the over. But beautiful pull shot from Colin Owens. He's up to 18 off 28. That was a lovely shot. Another shout by Dean Askew, this time against Bert Horner. Not given. So again, we've got an all-international batting and bowling attack. Bert Horner has played a number of over-50s internationals for New Zealand. Been in the team since 2020. Wide ball. Lovely shot from Bert Horner, straight drive, off drive, and he'll take 2. Nicely driven by Colin Owens. Will it reach the boundary? I don't know if he's hit it hard enough. We're going to come back for 3, and that might be the first 3 of the day. It might even be the first 3 of the first 2 days. I don't remember seeing one yesterday. But anyway, 3-2. Colin Owens. Runs for Horner. I think he'll pick up 2 here. Mike Harrow gives chase. We haven't seen Mike Harrow at the bowling attack yet. He'll probably come in first change or second change. Another New Zealand player. And then Auckland also have Paul Rainey to come in, and Brookland, both of whom were in the wickets yesterday, plus Neil Ronaldson, of course, another New Zealand player. So they've got bowling options. Ten overs gone, 39 for 1. Districts making a steady-ish start, chasing 203 to win this game. They're going at 3.9 and over, obviously. They need 4.8 from here on in. Another good chase underway between Wellington Tasman, looking for 268. It's a big target against Canterbury Otago. They're 85 without loss after 14. Greg Stretch has brought up his second consecutive 50. So he's scored 2 50s in 2 matches, following on from a good performance at the Australian National Over-50s Championships, playing for New Zealand A. Richard Petrie is with him, 31 off 40 for Petrie. And here is Mike Harrow. We were just talking about him before. He's going to replace Dean Askew. Mike Harrow, still in his early 50s. He'd be 50 or 51. Made his debut for New Zealand at the 2023 Over-50s World Cup. Bowled some really good spells. I remember him troubling the West Indian batsmen. Bowled some real jaffers. Actually got a caught behind that wasn't given off the first ball of the match, I think. First or second. Starts with a long hop, and Colin Owens pulls it round to long leg, or backward square leg, for 2 runs. Mike Harrow, probably best remembered among fans of Masters cricket for his batting. Not generally known as a batsman, but he hit a huge 6 to win the 3rd and 4th playoff between New Zealand and the USA, when New Zealand were dead and buried. It was a famous hit. That's a pretty good hit as well. Colin Owens this time well in front of square, short again from Harrow, and he pulled it imperiously through straight mid-wicket for 4 runs. 3rd boundary for Colin Owens. He's up to 27.
So he's not though, he seems to be bigger than everyone else. Yeah? Was that one where they Oh, I see. Oh, okay, you win today. That's it, you win. Yes. You win. Arrow is a British school. Arrow's not a British school? It's one of those posh schools. Yes, posh. Princes and stuff go there.
Pulled again, same as the early one in the over. As I said, he's a bit robotic, old Colin Owens, and he doesn't miss out, so if you keep feeding him long hops, he'll keep pumping them in the same direction. That's another 4. And Mike Harrow will need to pitch up, I would suggest. That's a better delivery, better length, and beats the prodding outside edge of Colin Owens. So probably a better option for Mike Harrow. He hasn't even got the field set for short bowling, so he's better off pitching it up, I think.
trouble with Lily for not being able to.
So 3 poor deliveries in that over and 3 pretty good ones. 50 up in that over. 50 for 1 after 11. Paul Rainey into the attack. He was a bit of a destroyer yesterday, taking 4 wickets against Canterbury Otago. Really took the wind out of the Canterbury chase. Bert Horner losing composure a little bit, dancing down the track, and I think the ball just squirted off his battle pad into the slips along the ground.
Didn't realise body was
Cut away by Bert Horner. He's beaten the point fielder and won't quite reach. Yes, it will. Will reach the boundary. The fielder out there helps us out by extending his arms to indicate a boundary. 4 runs. Nice shot to Bert Horner and good start to the over from the batting point of view, not from Mike Harrow's point of view, who has been a little bit short, as one might expect from Harrow. It was a Harrow-sized delivery. Oof, lovely shot from Colin Owens. He really leans into those cover drives, and that one just dribbles over the boundary. Yes, we saw that about 3 or 4 times yesterday. It's almost like going from the fairway into the rough, the boundary. But a lovely drive on the move from Colin Owens through extra cover. And he's, moving quite nicely. But again, the ball ballooning off his pad, nearly going back onto his stumps there. So even though he's looked assertive in his innings today, he's still going at a strike rate of only 55, Bert Horner. Very much in hand. They only need 4.69 from here. So it's really about staying there and not letting the run rate required get too out of hand. Oh, again the ball nearly rolling onto his stumps. Good bowling from Paul Rainey. Maiden over. So he's bowled 2 overs now for just 1 run conceded. Colin Owens losing his shape, which is rare, going for a big cut, which he usually hits, but missing out on it altogether, looking slightly ungainly. That's a nicer shot, just beating Afisa Tunuu at mid-off, but he recovers enough to prevent more than Pulled away again by Colin Owens, but not with really power, timing or placement. And the fielder there keeps it to 1. And the throw back in hits a patch of dirt that makes the keeper look a bit silly as it diverts away from him. Over bowled, 3 runs off it. Better one for Mike Harrow. He has none for 22 from 7. That other run chase that we're following in Division 1, Wellington Tasman are 103 for 1 after 18 overs. So they're about on track to chase the 268 that they need to beat Canterbury Otago 41. Scott Pender on 2. Ronnie Kotkamp has had another good spell, 1 for 31 from his 9 overs. And with 15 overs gone in our game that we're watching, we'll take a little break for drinks. Right, who we got? Paul Rainey. He's bowled 2 overs, 1 maiden, none for 1. Which are pretty good figures, and he'll continue after drinks to the left-handed Colin Owens, who has moved serenely, as he does, to 37. From 44 balls, 5 boundaries in there. False start there. I'm not sure what Colin's problem was, but he's someone missing. I think we're missing a square leg umpire. We've got no umpire. We've only got one umpire. So good spotting from Colin Owens. Where is the umpire? He likes to be off the field, this umpire. He was popping up here during breaks. Alright, we've got the umpire, that was the problem. So he's back. Oh, and straight into the action. 4 runs is the result. It was a short delivery and Owens pulled it strongly as he does, but there was Giles Pike standing in the way and it just went past his hands. I don't think he got a finger to it. Good shot. 4 runs. Ooh, quick single, slight hesitation, but they'll make it easily enough. Good running. He does love a quick single, Colin Owens. And Bert Horner pretty quick between the wickets as well. Five runs off the first over after drinks. District 67 for 1. They need 135 from here. 9 wickets in hand, that's good news. Run rate required 4.82, that's fine. Plenty of chat going on the YouTube comments section. Good to see. G'day to those people watching. Hope you're enjoying the visuals at least, even if the audio's not up to scratch. As we see Colin Owens pick up 2 more with a firm push into the onside. He's up to 44 now. Very consistent batsman is Colin Owens. Plays for the University Club in Wellington. That's one of his strong shots, the cut, and he's going to pick up 4 more with it. That's his 7th boundary, in fact. Moves up to 48.
Oh, you would have been commentating when I was bowling.
Oh, he's given that out. I could hear that bat from here. That's not a great decision, I wouldn't say. I wonder if the captain's going to have a little think about that one. I'm pretty sure he hit that. But the finger's gone up,
That Colin?
and it looks like the fielding side is going to uphold the appeal. Colin Owens is looking around. Yeah, I don't think that was a great call from the umpire. But Colin Owens is on his way. LBW bowled Harrow for 48. It was a very half-hearted appeal. So, second wicket down for Districts, and it's the big one, Colin Owens. Although they do have another big-name batter coming in now in the form of New Zealand Over-50s captain Adil Samani, another master of the chase, coming in at a pretty good time. 73 for 2. So we're going to put that as LBW.
God, that was a blow. I could hear something too. What's your score? 73 for 2 of 16.
Right, so Adil Samani coming in at number 4 to join Bert Horner. So Bert Horner, the former captain of Districts, being joined by the current captain of Districts and New Zealand. He does have a great history of chasing down targets. Adil Samani, he's the probably out of anyone in New Zealand that you'd want coming in at this stage, it would be Adil, based on his ability to time and pace a run chase. Hope I haven't put the mockers on him. Takes a little while to get going, but then he's really good at scoring 2s and 3s, the occasional boundary. cut away by Bert Horner. That should go to the boundary for 4. It does, just crossing the line now. It was short and wide from Paul Rainey. He's been pretty good today, but just erring on that occasion, and Bert Horner latching onto it, hitting it to the left of Giles Pike at cover, out to the boundary for 4.
But the ball was still floating its way down as he got totally through the shot, and his back was up here. The ball popped up off the back of the bat, popped up into the air, and he just fucking picked it up. It was most amazing. It was so slow, he got totally pulled everything. He hit everything. And the ball got to the air.
Ooh, they're going to get 2 here. So a bit of sloppy fielding allows a second run to Bert Horner, which will end the over 6 off that. 79 for 2 after 18.
So he came down, guy bowled it, tossed his bat up, went to catch it, dropped it, so he played an immaculate forward defence with his glove.
Oh, yeah.
They peeled and he was giving out LBW. Oh, handle ball. I don't think he was giving out.
What? It's handle. That is.
He was giving out.
Right, Mike Harrow to continue. He has been expensive, as noted in the YouTube comments, but he's also taken a wicket, albeit a slightly controversial one for 28 off 4. Oh, that's a good delivery. When he gets that length, he's quite dangerous. The problem is he's bowled too short, generally speaking. So there's a fine leg, and that's the only fielder out. Oh no, and a third man. They're the only ones outside the circle. That one through to wicketkeeper Prasanna Jayawardena, the Sri Lankan Over-50s wicketkeeper. He's a good keeper. They got a few wicket keepers in the side. Afisa Tunu'u can keep wicket. Mike Jamison could at a pinch. I think they've got someone else there who is capable of taking the gloves, but Jayawardena is a specialist wicket keeper. driven square by Samani to get him off the mark with a 2. I did say he gets a lot of 2s. Keep an eye on that. Oh, he's going to get a 3 actually. What's happened there? That's not good fielding. The standard slipping slightly for Auckland in the field. This is only day 2. They've got a long tournament to come. Oh, that's not a great delivery either. That's wide down the leg side. It's going to be 5 wides. Ouch. Oh, a buys in fact. Sorry. Hang on. He's signalled wides to start with. Okay. So 5 wides is the...
No, he did wide at the beginning, okay? Until it has the balls right in the shoot. But it is, our team score is now 88. And now 89. Oh, sorry, 90. So we've got 5 wides and now 2 wides. So we're on 90.
4 wides is saving that.
5 wides, yes, so corner face the 5 wides, and then corner face 2 wides. Yes, so now Samani's on strike.
Two more to Samani. It's going to become 3. And that turns what had been a pretty good over for the first 4 balls into a pretty bad one. 8, 10, 11, 14 off the over. Oh, what a complicated over. I'm pretty sure I've made a mistake here somewhere along the way. Just as well I've got 2 very competent scorers over to my right. They'll tell me what's going on.
So what's the actual...
No, I can't. Right, so an unusual over. Started off with 4 dot balls and ended up conceding 13 off it. 93 for 2 is the score after 19. Good for the run rate. Not so good for Mike Harrow's bowling figures. He is 1 for 41 now from 5. Right, Paul Rainey's going to continue, as you might imagine. 4 overs, none for 12. He's been economical. Adil Samani is on 6. That's made up of 2 3s. Ooh, shout for LBW. Unconvincing though, and given not out. And I thought that was the end of the over, but there must be one left. That is the end of the over. Just one off it. 94 for 2 after 20. That's 4.7 and over. They need 4.5 from here, so they're ahead of the run rate required. Let's have a look at the other game in Division 1. It's between Wellington Tasman and Canterbury Otago. The Firehawks are chasing 268, and they're about a bit more than halfway. They're 141 for 2, and they're a bit over halfway through the overs, 23.5. Richard Petrie, 64 not out from 69 deliveries, and he's just been joined by Scott McCarty, so a couple of former Wellington first-class players at the crease there, marshalling that chase. They've got another first-class bowler, Andrew Nuttall, bowling at them. Right, so Mike Harrow's expensive bowling spell has come to an end. 1 for 41 from 5. He's going to be replaced by the Auckland captain, Neil Ronaldson. Starts with a wide delivery that's called wide. That will be 2 for Samani. Good comment from Matt on the YouTube comments about Jason McGeorge. A shame that he's not available to bowl. He does bowl tight left arm spin, but he injured himself batting. He faced one delivery and pinged a calf while blocking the one delivery that he faced, and had to be carried off the field. So that's probably his tournament done, and a rather inauspicious way to have your tournament ending, just blocking one delivery.
So here I am. Here's me, Muggins.
So Neil Ronaldson will have to marshal his troops without being able to call on Jason McGeorge. He does have Andrew Brookland, who can still bowl. Picked up a 3 for yesterday. Wide delivery. just getting a little bit dark out there. Greyish cloud overhead. Not cold, but not bright and sunny like it was yesterday at this time. It's another wide. He does bowl a few wides, Neil Ronaldson. He's very good when he gets it where it's supposed to be, but he is guilty sometimes of spraying the ball. Like that. That was a good delivery, hitting the stickers of Adil Simoni's bat, causing him to just pull his glove away. So, don't mean to be too harsh on the umpires, but he's just called the second 5-ball over of the innings. After the first innings had 3 7-ball overs. Maybe he's in a little bit of a rush to get home this umpire. He's giving LBs and calling 5-ball overs. It's a tough job.
Walked out, and there's this green carpet into the marquee. We wander into the marquee, and we look around. He had no idea what it was for. And everyone, you reported. And of course, other people like, people that opened the gate into the marquee. It was empty. We were way early. Sort of for something. We had one around and then walked down the other. Oh, you can really go into it. That's fun. That's great. I love it. Oh, that's good. Oh, the Canadians are so good.
So Bert Horner, 23 off 52 deliveries. When he came out, I said he was looking quite positive and busy, but he's gone into a shell a little bit. 44 strike rate. But the chase still well in hand, so no need to be critical yet. They've been helped by quite a few wides. And the odd leg by, which is what's just happened there. 100 up and over bowled. So that's a maiden. Leg byes don't count against the bowler, of course. 22 overs gone, 100 for 2. In fact, it's 102 for 2. My apologies. In Division 2, Auckland are struggling in their chase of 219 to beat Canterbury Otago. They're 95 for 6. Wellington Tasman making a better fist of chasing 229 to beat Districts. They're 124 for 4. That's going to be runs for Bert Horner, not where he was intending, but it's gone down to third man for a quickly run 2.
I'm just going to yell out this window if you want to turn your mic.
Okay. It's a nice straight drive from Adil Samani, but he can't beat the diving figure of Afisa Tunu'u at mid-off. 1 run scored to end the 23rd in for 2. So we're past the halfway point in the chase, and Districts are past the halfway point in terms of runs. They're 107, looking for 203 to win this game. So that's all good from their perspective. Earlier, if you missed it, Auckland scored 201. Wayne McKenzie 70. Neil Ronaldson 55. Officer Tunu'u 31. Wickets 3 to Fabian Paterana and 2 to Morris Patton. And for the Districts chase, Colin Owens 48 before he was adjudged LBW. And looks like we're going to have a change in bowling. Andrew Brookland is marking his run up. He bowls off spin, and he will do so from the Saddle Hill end. He took 3 for, I think, 16 yesterday, bowled well, against Canterbury Otago as they fell apart, chasing just over 200. In field, he's going to have a square leg who's just moving a bit further behind square leg, and he's got a cow corner out, and those are the only two fielders he has out by the looks of things. At this point in the innings, he can have four fielders outside the 30-yard circle, 30-metre circle. Bowled him, has he? Yes, he's yorked to Dil Samani. What a great delivery that would have been. Samani not even trying to attack it, just tried to down on it, and it's crept under his bat, and it's been castled. So that's a great breakthrough for Auckland, with districts looking pretty good. That partnership of 34 was cruising along, and now Samani's been bowled. So great breakthrough for Auckland. So immediate dividends for Andrew Brookland. Just bowled the 3 deliveries and one of them took a wicket. So Scott Warren is number 4 and he's coming to the wicket to join Bert Horner. This will be interesting because Scott Warren is not known for being a fast scorer. He's got a decent technique, but a big hitter. And I just wonder if Auckland will see this as an opportunity to strangle districts a little bit and try and get that run rate required up over 5 and then maybe over 6, and then anything can happen. Only 95 runs needed. Momentum is interesting, an interesting thing in cricket, isn't it? We'll get off the mark here though. Scott Warren with 1. So that's the end of an over from Andrew Brookland that took a wicket. 1 for 1 he has from 1. It's a good shot down the ground from Bert Horner, and they'll take 2. That is a drop catch by the looks of things. It's smashed back at Neil Ronaldson by Bert Horner. He couldn't cling on to it. Pretty hard chance. "20 overs to go, 89 runs needed." That's 4.68 an over for you mathematicians out there. 7 wickets in hand. Let's have a quick look over at the other Division 1 match. Richard Petrie's been dismissed by Mark Murphy, who has also dismissed Scott McCarty, so he's got 2 for now, Mark Murphy. Bowling in tandem with Andrew Nuttall. And Wellington Tasman, they need further 90 odd from 15 overs. Lee Kelly and Hamish French at the wicket. Lee Kelly's just hit a 6, so interesting chase in progress there. Keep an eye on that one. Buys 2 of them. Warren using his feet, but not beating point. Who is that at point? I think it might be Ravi Pereira. There's going to be more wides here. Not great bowling from Brookland. And there'll be 2 of them. So that's a total of 3 wides. Oh, there's going to be more wides here. This is not good bowling from Andrew Brookland. They took a run there, right? So 5 runs worth of wides in this over so far from Brookland, rather spoiling his first over, which went for 1 and took. Another wide. Down the track, Bert Horner smashed down the ground for 4 runs. Beautiful shot from the district's wicketkeeper batsman. Good crisp use of the feet and very efficient straight drive, which has sent the fieldsman on a long chase. Little birdie loves that shot. He gives an aggressive fist pump to his partner, Scott Warren. And to an expensive over. 4, 6, 7, 10 runs and 2 byes off it. Dean Askew back into the attack, replacing Neil Ronaldson. Dean Askew 5 overs, none for 15 early on, bowled pretty well, as he usually does, off the short run that he's adopted today due to not feeling 100% well. That's with a dot to Scott Warren. Okay, Andrew Brookland continuing. Let's see if he can solve those wide problems he was having last over. He does on that delivery.
This requires quite deep knowledge Australia, serious cuts that would have a top score of 1 or 2. So
Aaron, pull out another board.
also,
Okay.
a core problem is this, is maintaining that data database. Maintaining the data database. If some accounts go Morrison properly, you can look at 2 Morrisons, okay? And then you have this massive and so you just shot, allowed, hold. Okay, you can cancel it. Okay, double on the fifth. Is it? Got one.
Did you? Oh, cool. Okay. Did you find anything? Great shot from Bert Horner. Oh, maybe not as good. He lofted it over cover, but didn't really get much timing. Grab 2 though. So run rate required, still in hand. It's about 4.6. Oh, he's nearly dropped that off his thigh pad onto the stumps. He hasn't, so he survives. Pulled away, chance of a catch. He's going to be caught. He is. He's holed out onto the boundary by Ravi Pereira. Caught by Ravi Pereira right on the square leg boundary. No one else anywhere near that ball except for Ravi Pereira, who took the catch. So Bert Horner, who was marshalling this chase, has found himself caught on the boundary off the ball 32. And he's angry with himself. He's slamming his bat against his pad as he walks off. Ravi Pereira took that catch. Bert Horner's gone, and that brings the big figure of Chris Jeffries, number 14, to the wicket. End of the over, 129 for 4, 16 overs to go. So 73 runs needed off 90 balls now. Just had a quick look at that Wellington Tasman run chase. They are 187 plus 14, 81 off 12 overs. It's a good target. Lee Kelly, 15 off 14. Right, Chris Jeffries, who is a big hitter generally. How will he play this innings? Will he pull out his big hitting and try and get the match over with, push the ball around? Scott Warren, I think, will fall into the latter category. And Andrew Brookland will need to... Oh, he tries that same delivery that bowled Adil Samani, the very full, quicker Yorker. But Jeffries was equal to it. a little bit dark outside, as I mentioned before. What's the weather like outside? Cloudy and grey. And muggy is the word from our local expert, who's been out and about all day. Down the track this time, Warren, and he has found a gap. Has he found enough of it? What a beautiful... well, there's no long on for some reason, which is weird. There's a wide mid-wicket, but no one straight. And that was the gap that Warren found. Okay, well, players are coming off the field for drinks with the score at 136 for 4. That means when we come back for the last 15 overs, Districts will need 66 runs. 66. Oh, juggled catch taken. Andrew Brookland, he missed the first one and then took the second one, or took it on the second attempt. And Chris Jeffries, I mentioned he'd probably try to be aggressive. He did, and he's fallen for a duck. Out for one, Chris Jeffries, caught Brookland, old Askew. So first blood to Auckland after drinks. And is there a twist in this tail towards the end? Mark Donovan is the new batsman. He had a really good time of it at the Australian National Championships in Melbourne in late November, I think it was, or early December. He scored 2 50s over there for the New Zealand A side or B side, I can't remember. One of the sides there. Probably the B side. And now he's coming in at number 7 with a bit of a job to do against 2 wickets for 18. Pick up a run as that one squirts out towards square leg. Shout for something. It must have been LBW, but I thought he hit it.
Nothing yet, but we're going to change the bowler to Paul Rainey.
Paul Rainey back into the attack for his second spell. He's taken none for 13 from expelled pretty well again today. And 1 run to Mark Donovan. Scott Warren has managed 6 from just 6 from 24 deliveries, so he'll need to pick things up a little bit with the run rate required up to 5 now. Down the track this time. He's hit it straight to mid-on, but because he'd gone down the track, he was almost halfway towards completing the single and gave the mid-on fieldsman no chance of running him out. 1 to Warren. Donovan tries to swing that one away to the leg side. No contact. Appeal for LBW. Not given. So we've got 13 overs left after this. How will Neil Ronaldson juggle his bowlers? He's used 6 so far. Didn't have the services of Jason McGeorge, who injured himself batting. There's another shout for LB, not out. Let's see, Mike Harrow has 4 left, Ravi Pereira has 4 left, Neil Ronaldson himself has 6 left, so actually all the bowlers apart from Dean Askew have plenty of overs to go, so it should be fine. Wide ball. Okay, Dean Askew will bowl his last over. He's got 2 for 19 from 8. He's bowled really well off this new run-up of his. In 40-degree heat over there. He's bowling to Scott Warren. 7 off 26 deliveries for Scott Warren. Run rate required over 5 now. Can't get a run. Up to to Adrian Dale fielding at mid-on. He's had a quiet day. Adrian Dale got run out without facing a ball. He wasn't very quiet when he happened. He was pretty angry actually at his batting partner, uncharacteristically so for Adrian. Warren will pick up a run this time up to mid-off. Wayne McKenzie has been the star for Auckland in this tournament with the bat, scoring 70 again today, following his 99 not out yesterday. And Neil Ronaldson scored 55 from 68 deliveries, put on a good partnership with McKenzie after Auckland had lost 4 wickets for about 18 runs. Oh, that's gone straight up in the air. It's going to be easy. Oh, he's dropped the easiest catch that you've ever seen. That is Simon Hayden, I think, there, and that is an absolute goober. Catches do not come any easier than that. I'm sure you saw it on the screen. And how important will that be? Did they score? Wow. So we've seen some good cricket in this game, but we've seen some pretty bad cricket as well, and that falls into the bad cricket category. That was really, really easy catch, which just went right through his hands. Poor guy. Former first-class cricketer dropping a catch like that. Anyway, Dean Askew finishes his spell with 2 for 20. Could have had 3 for 20. And Mark Donovan lives to see another over. Which is now 57 runs away. Still, each dot ball pushes the run rate up a little bit. 0.43 it is now. More to the total. Looking for the fly Andrew Brookland is an interesting choice to replace Dean Askew. Probably a good choice. The off spinner won't put too much pace on the ball, so the batsman will have to do all the work. The only problem is he's been a bit widey. He's been bowling a few wides. One for 17 he has from 4 overs, but quite a few wides in there. Another single. Donovan over the top. It's not going to go for 4, but if they run hard they'll get 3, and they do. Three runs closer to home. 150 up for Districts, 152 for 5. Down the track again, but this one goes straight back to the bowler. No run. A couple of balls left in the 35th, then we'll have 10 overs to go. He just picks up a single on the leg side, so that's good batting. Okay, so that is the end of the Brookland over, and there are 10 overs to go. 50 runs needed from 54 deliveries, 5 wickets in hand, lots of 5s in there. And let's look at the other Division 1 match. Looks like Wellington Tasman are on top there. They need another 31 runs from 5.5 overs, so they should get that. Lee Kelly's out, he was run out for 28. But Hamish French, 33 from 39, has been joined by Mason Robinson, so still some batting in the Firehawks lineup. Mark Murphy has taken 2 wickets to go with the 3 that he got yesterday, although Mason Robinson's just hit a 6, so good for him. Okay, here we are into the last 10. It's going to be Ravi Pereira back into the attack. Paul Rainey had 1 over left, but Neil Ronaldson's gone for his bowler. Probably feels that he needs to take a wicket here, which he does. Oh, slammed away for 4 runs past the outstretched hands of the point fieldsman there. I think might be Mackenzie. No, it's Paul Rainey in fact. But good shot from Mark Donovan, lacing that one in the air, but threw backward point for 4 runs. So that's useful. He's up to 14 now. I've got him as 11, but 14 is the correct score. The Auckland second 11 not doing so well. They've been bowled out for 146, chasing 218, so a loss by 72 runs to Canterbury Otago. No one passing 26 in that innings. End of an over that had 4 runs off it. Just that one boundary. So yes, Division 2, Canterbury Otago beating Auckland, and it looks like Wellington Tasman will lose to Districts. They're 191 for 9. They need another on it. They've just been dismissed, 191 all out, chasing 228. So Districts winning that match, and they could possibly win this one as well. Wait and see. Down the track, picks up a single. Oh, there's a wild throw from Charles Pike, I think it was. No overthrows conceded, but a little bit out of control return to the keeper. And 1 run scored. Good sprawling save by the point fieldsman, but they do get 1. So Auckland really need a couple of tight overs here, where they only concede maybe 1 or 2, or they need to grab a bunch of wickets. Oh, then there's one of them, is there? Peel for a stumping, yes, he's given him. Leg side stumping. Good work by Prasanna Jayawardene. The batsman's not happy, but I think he was out. Now, is the umpire going to signal wide? He should do. Has he signalled it? Yeah, but has the umpire signalled wide? Okay. Okay, so the wicket stands stumped by Jayawardene. Good piece of work. And it was he came dancing down the pitch. It was fired down the leg side, intentionally or unintentionally, I'm not sure. But stumping was affected, and it's a run scored in the form of a wide. So let's see if I can plug that in properly. Right, so one Warren replaced by another. Ben Warren coming in to replace Scott Warren, who I believe is no relation. And that's just what I was talking about, how Auckland either needed a tight over or to grab a wicket or two. They've grabbed one. Let's see if there's a sting in this tail. T-A-L-E, I mean. Ben Warren and Mark Donovan were both in Australia late last year for the Australian National Championships. New Zealand sent over two teams, a New Zealand A and a New Zealand B, effectively like a second and third 11. And these guys were in those sides, as was Andrew Brookland, who's bowling to Ben Warren now. Ooh, sounds like that was a drop catch. Hands have gone on heads. Giles Pike has dropped to the ground. Must have been a wee faint edge there. Prasanna Jayawardene couldn't grab onto that one. That would have really thrown things wide open, I think. Big shot by Ben Warren for no run. He's hit it straight to mid-off, but he really launched into it. End of the over. Still, it was a good over. Took a wicket, and 40 off 42 is now the target. Okay, so 40 needed off 42 runs. Ravi Pereira will bowl to... Who's that? It's getting a little bit dark now. Hard to see. Mark Donovan. My old eyes. We are a long way from the field, in fairness. It's about 40 metres before we even get to the boundary from where I'm sitting, and then another probably 60 to the batsman. So probably 100 metres away. Pulled away. There's going to be plenty of runs here to Mark Donovan. 2 of them, in fact. .38 off 41. Looks like Wellington Tasman are going to beat Canterbury Otago. That will consign Canterbury Otago to their second straight loss, the two-time defending champions. And that means Wellington Tasman will have 2 wins on the trot. And depending on what happens in this game, if Districts can get up, they'll have a win and a loss, as will Auckland, which will make things very interesting going into Sunday's last round robin match. Of course, we have a day off tomorrow, being Saturday, so club cricket takes precedence there. Back into it on Sunday, and then finals on Monday. Cut, and they will take a single. It's good fielding by Giles Pike, who's very agile for a 50-plus-year-old. Races in, scoops it up one-handed and dives with the underhand throw to the wicket-keeper, Prasanna Jayawardene. 1 run scored. Brings Ben Warren on strike. Ben Warren was part of that New Zealand A side, or New Zealand B side, I think. Got COVID, however, as soon as he arrived in Melbourne. Missed most of the tournament. Just recovered in time to play in the last game. So, a bit unfortunate for him. Runs here of some description. Buys, 2 of them, 2 buys. Oh, it went for 4 in fact. Okay, so 4 buys. That's good for Districts. Well, it says 36, but then it says that there's 7 overs. Oh, runs here for Donovan. Squirts it away through 3rd man. I think about 3, but settle on 2. Not my maths, mate. My maths is fine. It's the it's this primitive scoring system. Well, more runs down through the same area for Donovan. He'll probably get 2 more, he will. So that's good for Districts. And say they probably have this chase well in hand. The run rate I've been giving you required is probably wrong, because for some reason Pitch Vision is basing this match as a 44 over match, when of course it's 45 overs. So target 29 off 39, so that's pretty easy as long as they don't throw away their wickets. Watch out for a stumping, not given this time. Alright, so we have 6 overs to go, which is about 20 minutes worth. If it goes the distance, it might last shorter than that. 173 for 6 is the score, so that means 29 runs needed of 36. Minus 1 run because they've just taken a single, so 1 to Ben Warren gets him off the mark. So this is the only match that's still in progress. All the others are completed. Don't know why this one's running behind schedule. It's about 10 to 6 here. As it is throughout New Zealand, of course, but if you're watching overseas, you may wonder what time it is. Down in the deep south of New Zealand. Just losing his run up there, so we'll add another 20 seconds onto the game. More runs through third man. 2 of them. I think they were runs off the bat, looks like it. So 4 runs off that over. Brooklyn to continue into his 8th over. Attempted sweep from Donovan, no run. It's bowled well again today, Andrew Brooklyn. Apart from 1 over where he conceded a few wides, he's taken 2 for 29 from 7 to go with his 3 for 16 yesterday. Shout for caught behind, I think it must be, given. Oh, he's bowled. Okay, it's getting too dark for me to see. Yes, he's bowled him. So there's that breakthrough that Auckland needed. Bowling Mark Donovan. I don't know if he chopped it on, I couldn't actually see. But he's been given out. Well, not given out, he's out. Bowled. And Andrew Brooklyn picks up another one. 3 for him today to go with his 3 yesterday. So he might even be the leading wicket taker in the first division. I'll have to check that. But at the moment, the main thing is that it's a wicket for Auckland. They're 7th. So this will be interesting. The new batsman is Fabian Paterana. .25 off 26 is the target. So if Auckland can get this to over a run a ball, I think they'll still fancy their chances. And I'd say it's still game on, even though in another format of, or another, what am I trying to say, another level of cricket, you might think 25 off 26 with 3 wickets in hand is easy to get. Not necessarily the case in over-50s cricket. What do we know about Fabian Paterana as a batsman? I don't know much, haven't seen him before. Field, he's got a square leg on the boundary and a cow corner. That's it. Everyone else inside the circle, trying to keep him on strike. Which they do as he just gently pushes it into the covers. No run. 25 off 25, that's a run a ball. If it starts getting it to around 7 and over, I think you'd have to say it's advantage Auckland. Ben Warren not really being a massive hitter, he can hit the ball. Another dot. And we talk about momentum throughout the day. I think Auckland have just got a bit of momentum. There's a bit more of a spring in their step. Few back slaps and hand clapping going on. Andrew Brooklyn still has 1 more over. He's taken 3 for 29. Really good bowling from him. Ravi Pereira has 1 over to go. He will bowl it now. 1 for 34. As I mentioned, all 3 other matches have been completed. Wellington Tasman have beaten Canterbury Otago in Division 1. Canterbury Otago have beaten Auckland in Division 2. And Districts have beaten Wellington Tasman in Division 2. So just this match still going. And it has 4 overs to go. 3 wickets to get, or 25 runs to get. Now, for anyone who's watching, I should give a little bit of a warning in that for some reason Pitch Vision is saying there's only 17 balls to go. That's the system I'm scoring with. And I have a nasty feeling that the software might say that once those 17 balls have gone, it will end the match automatically, which would end the live stream. I'm hoping that won't be the case, but it is a possibility. Hopefully the game will be completed one way or another before that happens, so we don't have to worry too much. 1 run closer to home with a single to Ben Warren. Something like that has happened to me before scoring with this system. I do like it, Pitch Vision, but it does have some limitations, as they all do. Ooh, wide delivery. Must have just snuck down the leg side of Fabian Paterana, who bowled pretty well, came in at the death overs, ended up with 3 for 25. So obviously playing as a bowler if he's coming in at number 9 in the order. Quick single for Paterana, up to mid-off, sorry. So 22 off 20 is the target. It's over 6 and over. Over a run a ball, I should say. Bowled him. Knocked him over. Ravi Pereira bowls full and straight. Ben Warren tries to get ahead of the run rate, but misses completely and sees his castle rearranged. So another wicket for Auckland. It's the 8th one they've taken, and District's kind of throwing this chase away, I have to say. He looked well in charge at the halfway stage, even at the second drinks break. But Auckland have plugged away, and Ben Warren has lost his wicket. Morris Patton is the new batsman. I don't know much about him as a batter. But Ben Warren was the more established of the 2 batsmen, and now he's gone. So just 2 wickets in hand, 22 runs needed off 19. Here's Pereira to Patton, beats him outside the off stump. So, end of a good over, a wicket taking one. Ravi Pereira's 9th and final. He ends up with 2 for 37. Good effort from him. And Districts still need another 22 off 18. 2 wickets in hand. here's Brookland. On to Patarana, and they sneak a single down to short third man. Swing, appeal for a stumping. Not out. Down the track, what's he done here, Patarana? He's hit it over cover for 4 runs. What a great shot. He's really timed that. And it's the first sign of aggression we've seen from Fabian Patarana. Good on him. Getting a little bit closer to that run rate required. 16 now off, was it 16 off 14?
14, yeah.
16 needed off 14. So a good strike from District's number 9, Fabian Patarana. Mid-off moves back to the edge of the circle now. He's still inside the circle. They're allowed a couple more guys out. They're keeping the field in. It's a bit shorter. Over the head of short third man. There's going to be at least 2. If they push hard, they can come back for 3. He's going to, actually. That's excellent running from Morris Patton. Well done. Comes back for 3. So 4 and a 3 off the last 2 deliveries. Brings things back to a runner ball. 13 off 13. Oh, they're going to take a single. It should be run out. No, he's messed it up. He's done a Nathan Lyon at the non-striker's end. Oh, that was simple from Brookland. Giles piked it amazingly well. He was really efficient there. He swooped in. It was hesitation from the 2 batsmen. And it was tossed back to Andrew Brookland, who couldn't gather the ball cleanly. And the end result is 1 run. So I guess it's good aggressive running from the 2 batsmen. And they end that over with a score at 190, so 12 needed off 12 balls. Paul Rainey back into the attack. He's got just the 1 over to go. They take 1. Oh, they're running so aggressively now. They've squeezed 2 out of what was probably a tight one. So good hard running from Morris Patton, really taking it to the Aucklanders. And they're now below a run a ball, 10 off 11 needed. As I said, I'm a little bit worried that the pitch vision system is going to think that the match is over at the end of this end of this over. Hopefully not. Anyway, here's Paul Rainey. And there's another run here. Just the one. A leg by, in fact. Sorry. Nine off 10. Goes hard again through the covers. That's going to go out to the boundary for 4, I think. He's creamed that. It does. It goes for 4. What a great shot from Fabian Paterana. He's coming late in the batting innings, just like he came in late in the bowling innings, and he's done a great job for his side in both halves of this match. Another boundary to him. Takes him up to 13. And now 5 runs needed off 8 balls. Is that right? 5 off 8? So definitely advantage districts now. After they seem to have thrown it away a little bit about 20 minutes ago, they've righted the ship. And more runs for Paterana. I don't know if this one's going to reach the boundary. He's hoisted it away out through mid-wicket in the air. They've taken 2, and the way they're running, they'll easily come back for 3. So we've got 2 balls left in this over.
So do you.
$200's up. 2 runs needed. Can they do it in this over? Here's Rainey. What can he do? Dot ball up to mid-on. Mid-off. Will this match go to the last over? Oh, they take another suicidal single and direct hit, but the umpire's in terrible position. He's got no idea. Given not out, and so the run counts. Not really. I think a 1 is a 1 and a leg by. They're sort of the same. Okay, so single stands. Now, unfortunately, this software system I'm using thinks that the match is over. Still 1 run required, and hopefully the live stream is still continuing. Seems like it is, so I'll just have to talk through that one. And we'll have to do it without the benefit of the score on the screen. I can tell you that 1 run, or the scores are tied. So the scores... Scores a level, 2 wickets needed by Auckland. Mike Harrow bowling. No run. So this is the final over. if Mike Harrow can bowl a maiden, it'll be a tie. Or if he can take 2 wickets, it'll be a tie. All of the fielders are crowded around the bat. The furthest fielder away is probably only about 15 metres from the bat. They're going to take a quick single, appeal for LBW. They win the match with a leg bye as Pat Harana scoots through to the striker's end. They take a leg bye and the match is over. Won by Districts by 2 wickets. So congratulations to them. That turned out to be a much more interesting match than I thought it was going to be at the halfway stage. And that means that Auckland have won 1, lost 1. Districts have won 1, lost 1. Wellington Tasman have won both of their matches, and Canterbury Otago have lost both of those. So when we resume the tournament on Sunday, we'll have all to play for. Join us then.